Good morning. Good morning, everyone. And actually, before I forget, I want to do this on manual focus. I think that's pretty good. Because this camera otherwise will just zoom in and out and in and out. Oh my goodness. Hello, everyone. Let me get the chat set up. I was running a little bit behind this morning. Usually I am extremely prompt. But oh my gosh. All right. Hi, everyone. I am Rebecca from ChemKnits, and welcome to the June 2022 ChemKnits Dialogue. Every June, I like to pick some kind of rainbow inspiration for Pride Month to celebrate and honor it, and we usually try to do a fundraiser as well. So if you are watching this video live or later on demand, you will see that there is a little donate button because we're fundraising for the Trevor Project, an organization that provides crisis intervention and suicide prevention for LGBTQ and questioning youth. And it is an organization that I wholeheartedly support, not just as a mother, but as a human, because I think that every kid deserves to express themselves the way that they want to express themselves, and they deserve to have someone to talk to who can support them and help figure out who they are. And so, yeah, I hope that you will join me in making some donations to the Trevor Project. I see Sherry and Molly. Thank you so much for making donations already. And I made a tiny donation already just so that way it wouldn't be at zero at the very beginning. But I will be making some more donations myself as the stream goes on. But I also, if you don't want to donate through YouTube, YouTube is sending the money directly to the Trevor Project, and YouTube's covering all of the transaction fees, because credit cards usually charge like a certain percentage to take a payment. So it's great that YouTube is doing that. Anonymous, thank you so much for your donation. Thank you, Anonymous. But I should have a link to the Trevor Project in the description. You can also go, oh, this is tiny. You can also go directly to their website to make a donation for the Trevor Project. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm not like officially partnered or anything, but this is something that is very, very important to me. My kids are both still pretty young, but you know, I have friends with tweens and teens, and you know, even when, I don't know, parents can make mistakes even when they have hearts full of love and best intentions. And so it's nice, I think, for any child, even if they have a supportive family, when they're unsure and figuring things out, to have a place to talk to. So, oh, if it won't let you donate, Anonymous, thank you for your donation. Thank you. If it won't let you donate through YouTube, you can go to the website later. I figure that, you know, if I can raise some awareness of this great organization, then that's a win. And if you're curious, I do, not that I update ChemKnits.com anymore, but I do have a little tutorial, I think, of how I made this headband. And then these wristbands, I have, it's a little blown out, but I have the trans pride flag colors, and then just a rainbow. I have these are a free pattern on my website as well. It's just a simple twisted rib stitch, but yeah, I will. Caitlin, thank you so much for your donation. Thank you. I will probably be taking off all of my pretty stuff when we start dyeing because I don't want to break any of it. But yeah, and oh man, so what am I going to dye today? Oh, I didn't even give my dye-along spiel. So I will be dyeing yarn and maybe some roving live here today. But with these dye-alongs, I am inviting you to dye along with me. And you can try to be as exact with the color inspiration or as broad as you would like. I thought this photo of this like metal had a really great mix of like a dark rainbow, but also bright where the light is hitting it. So you can go in either direction. And share your projects on Instagram with the hashtag ChemKnitsDialong, or you can look for this photo on the ChemKnits Facebook page and reply there with a photo comment. I don't think it's pinned yet, but I should have a link to that, the Facebook post, in the video description. I'm just going to double check that I put that there. Yes, it looks like I did put it there. And then for the recap that'll come out sometime mid-July, I will pull a bunch of your pictures to include. Now, there is also still time to, and let me grab the picture, to participate in the May die-along. So of course I removed the picture. Where is it? Uh-oh. Oh, here it is. There is still time to participate in the May ChemKnits die-along. I'm not going to pull pictures for the recap for that until like another week, but because we have company coming, I wanted to do this die-along earlier than normal in the month. And so that was our May inspiration photo. No, wrong one. There we go. Oh, Erin, thank you so much for your donation, Erin W. Thank you so much. Yeah, I really, really like this photo. I think that it's by the same photographer. I have them linked. I should have the inspiration photo linked down below, who did not the one last year, but 2 years ago, the inspiration photo. And so I'm excited. But yeah, I haven't decided exactly what I will be dyeing. I think we're going to start out with some primary colors and do a little bit of some just free-flowing mixing, because I don't know, I just like the flow. It feels like, I don't know if it's like a chainmail or if they're like metal sequins on fabric. There's something about it that both seems hard and fluid that is really exciting about this photo to me. But I think we're going to start off with some primary colors and do a little bit of color mixing. We may also do some speckles, play with dried powders. I actually brought down, normally before a die-along, I pull like 1 box of colors. I brought down all 5 boxes I have of Dharma acid dyes. Technically there's 4 full boxes, but I have a 5th one that I like put things in to bring up and down. I brought them all downstairs. So yeah, so we will have a lot of fun. Okay, and trying to think if I have anything else before we get started. I don't think so. I'll probably bring out the hot plate. Oh, actually, I suppose. So fiber and yarn that I have ready to go today. I've got my tried and true favorites that I've pre-soaked. We've got some Knit Picks Stroll fingering weight yarn, which is 75% superwash merino, 25% nylon. We've got some Swish DK, which is 100% superwash merino. We've got some Wool of the Andes worsted, which is 100% Peruvian Highland wool, non-superwash. And then I've got some Wool of the Andes roving, which is also 100% Peruvian Highland wool. And so those are what we have for now to play with. We'll see how far we go, how much stamina I have. I've been up since 4 a.m., which was not planned. That was not part of the plan today, but all the yarn and all that fiber I mentioned is all pre-soaked, so it's ready to go. But now I am having a brief brain blip. But yeah, actually, we'll just go to, there we go. We'll want to see the inspiration photo. But, actually, I need to make sure that I have my monitor set up so that I can attempt to read chat. And by monitor, I mean my kids' iPad. No. After, 6 months. That was some ad of something that I do not care about at all. Okay. Yay, they're showing me the fundraiser, but show me, there we go. I want to see the live chat. I wonder if there's a way, I wish there was a way for me to make the chat bigger on here so I could just take up the whole screen and then I couldn't see myself. All right, well, let's go to the countertop. Oh, what if I'm not going to be here? You shared, oh, I don't think you shared brain fog with me. I have chronic brain fog. Because I think eventually we'll bring the hot plate over, but I'm a little bit tempted to start cold. So these are the primaries that I have, and these are colors that I mixed, I guess back in March was when I filmed it for the ChemKnits Dialogue. So I have some Caribbean blue, I have some Dharma Brilliant Yellow, and Deep Magenta. Those are the colors that I have. Sending spoons, thank you. You want a longer stream? Same. All right, I'm gonna put on shoes so I don't stub my toe. Those of you that have been watching a long time may remember there was a stream that got canceled because I broke my foot the night before. Oh dear. All right, but yeah, I don't know. Some of these Dharma bottles are really, what's the word? Are good at flowing. I want a paper clip. I found bobby pins. Aha. You can hear my junk drawer. Okay, I've got paper clips because some of these wow, you could tell that I'm struggling if I can't remember spout of these squeeze bottles. Some of them clog easily and some of them flow easily. And whoa, I need to turn, I think it's probably my Wordle chat. Oh no, I don't need, oh, Wordle chat. All right. What is the handle looking gizmo on the counter? This? It's just my tablespoon, if that was the handle. Or was there anything else? That's probably what you were saying. Okay, so let's start with a poll because I'm feeling indecisive. Nope. I'm feeling indecisive. So what base should we start with? And we're going to do Anonymous. Thank you so much for your donation. Roving, stroll. Okay, I set up a poll. Oh, it was my phone? Oh yeah, I have a pop socket on it. Okay, so I put up a poll so you guys can vote. I do have some ideas of what I want to do, at least with the roving, that I think will be a little bit fun. But yeah, I'm curious to see. Because yeah, I'm realizing I'm like, oh, it may make sense to do certain things before I bring out the hot plate versus after, and things like that. Oh man. Yeah, but I'll leave the poll up for a few minutes, but it looks like roving's in the lead right now. I think the roving will do some kind of like cold process and hopefully not add too much dye. Oh man. Oh man, I hope you guys are having a fantastic Monday. A really fantastic Monday. But oh my goodness, I think I also, while I'm here, I'm waiting for the poll results, I think that I might won't let me. I just raised the goal because you're getting close. I raised the goal. But You don't know what you do without your pop socket. Mine's been popping out all the time. Roving would do really well with this specific image. Yes, I think it would be really cool. All right. I think we're going to start with the roving because I think that what I want to do works really, really well with these liquids already. There we go. Bye-bye, can. And what? We definitely have some mystery powders that I didn't label because I was like, oh, I'll use these up quickly. All right. I am coming in with just 100 grams. Oh, Anonymous, thank you so much for your donation. Thank you so much. I maybe said that already. I'm glad you have some wool of the Andes worsted weight there. You have some you need to use up since you like superwash best. Yeah, I like wool of the Andes for my workhorse kind of yarn. Okay, I pulled this from the pre-soak. There's no acid in here yet. And I am arranging it. I'm gonna make a mess in this box, sort of this way, with, I don't know for a fact that I'm gonna try to do some kind of like gradient necessarily, but it could lean that way. And we have just this water that was stuck in with the pre-soak with it already. Gonna want to soak this up. And I'm wondering, as long as I'm not gonna move that, maybe I will zoom you guys in more. Nope, not the microphone. Okay, I don't know why. Something weird is going on and the zoom is not working. Yeah, okay, so maybe I'm not gonna zoom in. What is the Trevor Project? Great question. The Trevor Project is an organization that offers crisis intervention and suicide prevention for LGBTQ and questioning youth. So there's like a chat that kids can reach out to trained counselors to talk to, and there's also a phone number. And so it's, I'm trying to raise awareness both of doing some fundraising for this great organization so they have the funds to continue to provide this support to kids that need it, but also so that way people, you know, maybe they listen in here and need someone to talk to, then they can go and find more information about who to call. Flora Daniels, thank you so much for your donation. Thank you. All right. I am a little bummed that I couldn't zoom that in more. And I don't exactly want to move the camera. Okay. I'm going to put on my gloves. And I think, what might I do? Is that still? Nope. That is not what I wanted to move. That is not what I wanted to move. There we go. All right. Gina Ivy, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to start with some brilliant yellow. This was a 1% stock solution, and yeah, this bottle is not very loose. Technically, I could cut more of the tip open, but I really don't want to. I really don't want to. There is no acid in here yet. The yellow I'm going a little bit big with, because if you've watched any of my videos, you know that yellow often gets overtaken by the other colors. You need a bodysuit and not just gloves. Oh goodness. We'll see. I think I have an apron somewhere. Where is it? Oh, here it is. This apron that I eventually intend to tie-dye, but I never did. It's a little small. But then I won't trip on my body. Oh no. You can't see me put my apron on. All right, but the yellow is going to spread some. I'm curious what the bottom of the container will eventually look like. But next, we're going to do some Caribbean blue, I think, over here. And I definitely don't want to do, yep. I did wipe off the paper clip. I'm going to put on my goggles while I'm doing this. So it's a good idea to wear eye protection anyway. Oh, funny, that I think was just never poked. All right, let's do this. Ooh. And I'm doing less of the blue. We are gonna move all these colors through a bit. The one where we will probably end up needing more is, ironically, the yellow. Okay. Oh, you want me to not touch it? I'm touching this one, but maybe we'll do another that I won't touch. But I am going to touch it. Okay. See, check it out. I don't mind if we end up with some white left behind, but I wanted to smush our rainbow down. And notice that I am trying my best to stay over at the edge. The one thing I did not plan out, guys, is my favorite color. I made a mistake here. We'll have to see which thing needs it more. So the yellow, see, whichever direction I press, it's going to force the liquid more that way. We still might lose the yellow, but I should have planned this a little bit better to have some purple. All right, chat. Should I put a little bit of pink on the blue side or a little bit of blue on the pink side? I definitely see there is still some white in here, so that is pretty fun. Add a little blue to the red. I'm not seeing timestamps. Let me see if I can turn that on. But we'll do some, we can do some more roving after this one. We can do another one, and that one maybe I won't touch because I will be moving it outside, and so that'll touch it. Let me see. Total timestamps. You're gonna ask about purple. Do both. Do both? Okay. That'll make it a little more even. Of course, I'm also filming this a little bit. Okay, let's see if I can do just a tiny bit And while I am here, we are going to add some acid. Ironically, I'm now thinking I a little bit regret adding some down here. I'm going to add a little bit more pink. Probably added a little too much. Hopefully that'll soften it a little bit. But there we go, you guys, our first rainbow. So I think that the next one, based on what we learned here, I'm going to add red to the blue. And that's the way I'm going to go. Because I think the little bit of pink on the blue didn't disrupt what was happening nearly as much. But now I'm going to grab a lid. And I am going to lift up and report back. There is a lot of white on the bottom, but the colors may move through over time. The blue is very strong. Okay, I'm going to set this aside, and we're going to do another one. But this one I'll layer and try not to touch. Okay? That's silly, give you 2 purple shades. Where's the yarn mop? Oh, I didn't plan. I didn't plan that way. I don't know if I'm gonna have a steamer basket set up today. You know, the 2 different purples are very pretty. It just kind of overtook the pink almost completely. Let me get the other one. So what will be happening to this fiber is that I'm going to put it outside for a couple of days, and then we will end up adding, I'll steam set it sort of after. I haven't exactly done hand painted roving cold process like this, I don't think. But this is a nice way to set up more projects if you have limited stove and pot space. But ideally, and we may add more acid to that other container, or maybe I will while I'm outside or something at some point later. Okay, ideally, I don't remember. Yeah, it did overtake the pink. Could you use a turkey baster to remove some of the blue? In theory, actually, I probably could. I'm just rolling with it today, but I think that I definitely could try to remove some of the blue before it had set. So that conceivably would work. Okay, this time, let's plan this out a little bit differently. Okay. This is the one I'm going to try not to touch, and then I'll do one more because I have a third thing of roving that I will touch. And we'll just start with all the roving. Okay. So we're going to have a smaller pink section. And I'm doing some like curly cues, although that may have been a little too much yellow. Let's give you some more yellow here. The only problem with not touching on this one is that there's no acid in here yet. Actually, let's do blue next. Oh no, I got stuck. Okay. We're going to add a little bit of pink onto that yellow, and then a little bit of pink down there. And this one I'm not going to squish. It's going to be hard to not squish. You also have color up the sides a little bit. But I'm curious what will happen to it. So now I do need to add acid. This will sort of, yeah, I should have added the acid first probably. Because this is definitely blending these colors out a little bit, but I did not squish. Add a little bit onto that orange. I did not squish. And this friend needs a lid too. But what I don't think you can necessarily see on camera is the colors are like kind of going down a little bit in a really, really cool way. And I am going to take a picture of that because it looks so cool. Doing that over here too. It's so fun. All right, and we'll see how much yellow is left. Okay, we'll do the last one like the first and touch it. Let me see what chat has to say. Oh, Judy, don't worry. Don't worry, Judy. Oh my goodness. Adding acid's a good way to mix without squishing. Yeah, you never quite know what's gonna happen. Okay, but this next one I'm gonna do like the first, but then we're gonna do something spicy on top. Oh wait, I should put the roving in first. What was funny is that I thought that I was gonna do this part later. Okay. Now, I don't know if I think I got distracted when I started to mention this, but I am also kind of filming some mini clips of this, which I suppose I can also put in the die-along recap, but I actually started a TikTok like a little over a week ago. And so I have been just sharing some fun dyeing time lapses and so far one oops over there so far. Everything I've been posting on TikTok is also on my Instagram Reels. And so the same stuff is there. And I'm only going to post, I think, YouTube Shorts occasionally. Like I have one short that was a side-by-side of two neon triad color mixings. I did that because I'm like, oh, this adds a little more to the video. But so, yeah, I think I'm only going to do that occasionally. But realize I can't read what you guys are saying. Looks like cool cake. Tried diluting the blue and the red before blending with the yellow. That is something that could work, and that is something that we may do on the yarn. Oh, you're so excited to move some dyeing out of your kitchen. Yeah. You're planning on solar dyeing outside this week, but your temps are not going to be that high. So if things are covered and it's raining, then it's probably fine. And I had some good success with cold process dyeing in my kitchen in the winter. So when it was pretty cold. All right, this time we're going to go more the pattern from the first, and I'm going pretty heavy with the yellow. Just because I know how much more yellow is needed to give us that orange. Whoa, the blue's coming out strong. And maybe a little, what's the word? Clogged. This is why I am wearing glasses. Yeah, got a little fogged. Nope, that did not help. What the hell? Excuse me. There we go. Oh dear, not too much, not too much. Okay, well that may be clogged, but that's okay. As I also squirted it across the thing, but the thing is when it's a tiny bit of blue, you can kind of just erase it. Okay, and now our pink. Just a little bit of pink down there. Okay, and this time I'm going to add the acid, I think before I start mixing in earnest. And this mixing is not going to get it all the way down. It's just going to get it in a little bit. Okay, so we've got this gorgeous rainbow here, right? But I'm going to do something to it. I'm going to do something to it. Hopefully I remember to take a picture before I take things out of the baskets. We are going to put on my deluxe respirator mask and do a little bit of some powder on it. Which is going to make me sad a little bit because I really like this. I'm pretty sure that this is black. But I'm going to do a little test. Yes, that's totally black. I did a little test on the paper towel. Okay, and this is some black dye mixed with some citric acid powder. Now, this will add some darkness on here, but the black, even if it spreads, is not going to go all the way through. It may just leave us with a touch of gray. But as it spreads, it'll add a little bit of depth to it.
And I want to take a picture again. Like, put the see. Cool. And now this one is ready to set outside as well. But actually, I suppose before I do that, oh God. Of course, I've taken my gloves off. Hey. All right, so before we take these outside, let's see what they all look like. But yes, yay for more rainbows. Will they all be on camera? There's a delay, so I don't know. Yes, they are all on camera. Awesome. So I can get, and this middle one we did not touch. And I'll post some of these pictures on my Instagram stories in a moment. But for now, I'm going to take them outside. This base is Wool of the Andes roving. It is 100% Peruvian Highland wool. And I think that while I am taking this outside, I am going to put you guys for a brief commercial break. If you don't see an ad, don't worry. I'm just going to pop one in and I will be back and I'll chat when I come back in. Because this should take a moment. Eek! Oh dear. So it's interesting, in that first one, when I picked it up, I saw color all over the bottom. And this second one I didn't move. There's a rainbow spreading to the bottom as well. Oh my gosh. Moving is hard. Moving these out, oh, I'll say that when I come back. Moving isn't hard exactly. It's just taking it outside means we're introducing another variable. Well, that was fun. I didn't think that's where we would start. Okay, I will be sitting down in a moment. Okay, put glasses down there, and grabbed a sip of some caffeine before I come really close to the camera. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna set up a poll and then I'll go through and see. And if I missed a question, you can feel free to ask again.
And there is one way too late. Yeah, the replay will be up, but you're not that late. And I'm realizing, because there were some questions about the yarn bases, I'll make sure to add my affiliate links for each of those bases into the stroll. They will be in the video description. Oh, funny, because gloss is there. Okay, and I need the roving. Here we go. Okay, I am a KnitPicks affiliate, so my affiliate links are all in the video description there. Ooh, that's a good question. Okay. So yes, so far I have dyed 3 Wool of the Andes roving. I've dyed 3 Wool of the Andes roving rainbows, and that reminds me, I am going to post some of these to my Instagram stories so you can see. Some nice pictures. Okay, here is. I'm gonna add, of course I didn't take pictures of all of them. Whoop. Nope, there we go. One of them I'm showing what like the side of the box looks like. And then what all 3 look like. So if you want to go and see those pictures, this is me on Instagram. They should also be on my Facebook stories. And so you can find that there. Okay, so I saw someone ask if Wool of the Andes is soft. And the answer there is, yeah, it's pretty soft. It's not soft as like a superwash merino, but I use it in a lot of hats, scarves, and cowls type things. I consider it like a workhorse yarn, sort of like Cascade 2020. It's good for a lot of like heavy use type projects, and it holds up really, really well and is really warm. It also felts really beautifully. But some people may consider it a little rougher, but I've had like rough, itchy yarn that like I don't want to touch before, and it's nothing like that. It's one that I really like working with. You're not a spinner yet, but hand-dyed Wool of the Andes would be great for needle felting. Absolutely, absolutely. And we have tips for not losing most of the blue when dyeing rainbows with, Julia, do you mean Kool-Aid? The way to not lose the blue is you use a lot more blue than the other colors, or you supplement it. So when I am dyeing a rainbow with Kool-Aid, a lot of times I might use like 1 packet of cherry, 2 of orange, 3+ of lemonade, 2 maybe of one of the like green apples or something, one of the greens, and then 3 or 4 of the blue raspberry lemonade, and then 1 grape with maybe 2 blue raspberry lemonades to make it a little bit more blue as well. So there's a massive potency difference in those colors. But another way, especially if you're using Kool-Aid as a liquid dye, if you're dissolving it first, get some like McCormick's food coloring drops and just supplement with some of that. So then you're still having the citric acid from the Kool-Aid, you're still dyeing with food coloring, but you can have a little bit more control over the intensity of those colors. And that gets cheaper than using so many Kool-Aid packets. But we have, so Dye Pot Weekly 35, I made a rainbow with Kool-Aid that I modified and did my own kind of like play by feel recipe. It was one of the first variegated colorways I ever dyed, and I was recreating that. So that was Dye Pot Weekly number 35, and I dyed that both on 100% wool and on a wool acrylic blend, and so you could really see with the exact same amount of dye how the color turned out. So the yellow stayed put, but the blue didn't. Oh, funny. Wool of the Andes. Okay, the base, yes, the base was Wool of the Andes roving. How will the speckles look once the fiber is spun into yarn? The speckles will barely be there at all. What they will do is add like a little bit of a hue difference on the yarn. And in fact, I bet by the time this color sets, we're probably not going to see those speckles. We might see like almost like it might feel like, oh, there's like a little bit of a dirty wash of color and then brightness. And so when blended out, it'll just give a little bit more just variation and fun, but it'll be very, very subtle. Yeah, it depends on how much you draft. So when you dye roving, maybe I can use my hair. When you dye roving, like all of the wool fibers are together. But then once you start drafting, so if you had color like right here and you draft, like it's gonna separate like where those colors are. And so it'll spread, if there's one spot of color really concentrated, the more it's drafted, it'll spread that little speck way further apart on whatever it is you're dyeing. And so, yeah, I think that that's something that can be just a ton of fun. Absolutely a ton of fun. But yeah, and so that's why, like, even if you dye roving and you have harsh color transitions, you often, when spinning, it can be a lot smoother. But if you take small sections of the roving and therefore don't draft it nearly as much, then the colors won't blend out as much. And so there's a lot of different spinning techniques for not exactly maintaining the speckle, but there are things that you can do to have tiny color sections stay small versus spread really big. Good morning, everyone. And while I'm sitting here with your attention, we are fundraising for the Trevor Project today. So if you look at the bottom of the chat, you'll see, I think it's a little heart. I'm going to grab the monitor and see because it's not showing me on my back end. Oh, is it not showing? Of course it's not showing me there because I have to sign into chat. Fine, I'll look on my phone. I think it's a little heart that you can tip on to donate through YouTube, and the money goes directly to the Trevor Project, not to me, not to YouTube, but YouTube will cover the transaction fees. So that is very, very nice. Gotta make sure, oh, I need to charge my phone. Here we go. Yes, so you'll see a little heart that looks like two hands holding themselves at the bottom of the chat. And if you click there, you can donate now to support the Trevor Project. I couldn't remember if the heart had a $sign in it or what, but it looks like a heart from like a heart like that, of like two hands sort of holding each other. You think you might do Kool-Aid today? Well, it's of Tone Sonic's Ocean Water. Ooh, is that a Kool-Aid flavor? Yeah, and so that is just a way to donate to the Trevor Project, which is an organization I wholeheartedly support. But normally when I'm over here, I might be like chatting at the counter, but there's nothing to see up there right now because we need to dye more yarn. But actually, ooh, okay, it's pretty close between Swish and Stroll. Ooh, so I need to decide what I'm going to do next. I really loved just this organic rainbow that we were creating. That's really, really exciting to me. Another plan before like potentially going into powder and doing like speckles and stuff, and potentially even, I also considered playing with the neons, but I was like, oh, I have these primary stock solutions already. Let's like play with that. But actually one idea was to play with it and play with those black speckles, but intentionally like spread it through a bit more to give us more like, yeah, I think we could do like a rainbowy base and then do heavier kind of speckles on it. I'm a little nervous about the Caribbean blue bleeding. Just a little nervous. using a mop. If I'm doing like going in the straight dye powder, then I would absolutely bring in a yarn mop for sure. The total amount of dye that was on the paper towels was so little. Whereas if I had my hands like in like straight powder versus powder that was mostly citric acid, then there would be a lot more pigment. But yeah, we might have some mops. But what I'm trying to do is convince myself, okay, we're not going to do just that same thing over and over and over again. I'm also debating. The other thing I'm considering is if I want to start something cold and dye it and then go heat it on the stove. So then we still have the countertop without the hot plate. Or if I want to bring the hot plate over and do it hot over here. All your blues bleed. Yeah. All right, all right. I'm gonna end the poll. We're gonna do some stroll, guys. Okay, let's see. I have 300 grams of stroll. I know, I'm surprised I didn't pull Silk and Sparkle. I had like, we're cleaning the house to get ready. Here, I'll come back up to the counter. We're cleaning the house to get ready for some company. And so I found a box that clearly had been like set aside for a live stream at one point. And I was like, oh, these all need to get used. Because originally I was thinking Sparkle. But then, yeah, this morning I was like, all right, we're going to go for just like these favorites. Okay. There's a little bit more blue I want to wipe down the counter. So usually if there's dye on here that just water won't get off, a little bit of like a Lysol spray does it. But sometimes some of these bottles end up with color on the bottom. All right. I'm not sure how well this will work. But let's just bring over the hot plate. May as well. I will be able to move it a little bit if I need to. I will say having the hot plate for streams is way, way nicer. I'll scooch it over. Having the hot plate for streams is so much nicer than, or actually, can I scooch? That helped a little bit. It's way easier than having like so many cameras that I'm swapping between. All right, let's see which pan. Okay, is this the one that wiggles more? They both wiggle now. Okay. The hot plate is currently off. And I'm actually going to bring this down to the floor to put the yarn in. Okay. But at one point I was considering mini skeins, like so many different things. But I think, okay, the thing I did not consider here, I may need to bring this, well, I can reach, okay. I'm always concerned about my ability to reach. Okay. When I'm doing any kind of immersion technique, I like to have the skeins oriented rather than like in a circle like this. I have the circle more like this. So that way, oh, and I don't have the monitor up. So that way I can, because then I'm accessing like across the whole skein a little bit better. And it's never, you're right, it's never too late for sparkles. I could grab some.
also was considering more mini skeins, sock blanks. I had too many ideas. Okay. Okay, I'm coming in with some water. I've got 8 cups of water, but I'm not going to add all of it, but it had 4 tablespoons of white vinegar in it. And I think, yeah, oftentimes about 5 cups is a good starting point, but I'm actually going to go with more. Maybe we're going to do the whole 8. Who am I kidding? I don't mind if the yarn is less compressed, because if the yarn is less compressed, you can see we still have yarn at the surface, but also what this means is that it's easier for the dye to soak in a little bit deeper, but it's not necessarily going to travel that far because we put a lot of acid in. But we're also going to start heating things up. And as we're doing that, we are going to cover the yarn because, yeah, that helps. It helps to have the yarn covered. Cool. And I'm going to set a timer for about 10 minutes. It heats up pretty quickly, but what I found with the hot plates is that the heat pretty much stays very much where you put it. It starts very much where you put it, and so yeah, having some kind of cover, and this is just foil that I used for another project, does help because it traps the steam and it helps the whole thing warm up a little bit faster. Hi Ruth, I think I was always going to start in the morning. I don't think I changed the time that things were going to start, but it's possible that YouTube forgot my time zone briefly. So that is a possibility. Oh my gosh, all my ice melted. Well, that's rude. How rude. Sorry. Crystal, I believe I did quickly put some vinegar on top of the yarn before I put it outside, but I will find out. I will find out if those colors don't strike quickly. I'm gonna pop my headband on while I'm sitting down. And feel free to add any questions. Like, I don't mind. I mean, if it's something I don't want to answer, then I won't answer. But I don't mind questions. Using too much blue is always a problem. I feel like in the amount I'm adding, I don't think I'm even at a 1% depth of shade of any of these colors, so I think we're pretty good. Yes, I will. What I'll probably do is once I start hearing some like bubble sounds, one thing I'll do is I'll rotate the pan 180, and then I will move the yarn through the pan, which also will distribute the warm water to help with any cold pockets. Melanie, thank you so much for your donation to the Trevor Project. Thank you. And with that, we have officially hit the original goal of $300, which which I raised because I was like, well, we're gonna get there. But yeah, I'm gonna need to do my own other donation. Stove not to move. Okay.
But yeah, goodness. So yeah, I'm trying to think which sparkles I still have. I like did a full like clean of my whole big shelf that's behind me. I took everything off and like cleaned it all and dusted and I was like, I haven't gone through the other half of the room, but I was like, okay, let's clean and reorganize and all of that. And so I'm like, okay, what is easily accessible or doesn't fit where I was putting it? Ooh, a silky merino, a silky merino. Yes, a shiny yarn like a silk would be gorgeous with this inspiration, with the way the lights move. I mean, I'm surprised I didn't soak any that yak. I'm like obsessed with that base too. But this, our inspiration photo, it's so like, sometimes when I do, I'll do some like pixel color picker to pick some colors and like have it in a bar at the bottom. I think I did that. Yeah, I did that here along the bottom a little bit in May. Oop, there we go. But here it's like, I love that, not quite neon, but you have like the dark in the shadows, like the deeper, more jewel tones. But then where the light's hitting it, there are brights in there. But adding like some black speckles on it, and especially if the black spreads a little bit, does give like, I think some of that muted, more like rusty almost kind of hues in there. But anyway. Aha! So see, it does start heating up locally pretty quickly. I am hearing some sounds now, and I set a timer. So how long has it been? Maybe about 5 minutes. It's already nice and steamy. But what I'm going to do here, as I mentioned, is rotate it 180 degrees because one of the burners is larger than the other, and so that's just something that can help. I love that. Yeah, those aren't the same. Do you need a pre-soak yarn for ice dyeing? Ooh, that's a good question. Not necessarily. It depends on the yarn base. If it's a yarn base that'll soak up liquid really, really easily, then I think you could do it dry. So like Swish would, I think, be okay because that just soaks up water so easily. But if it's a yarn where it takes longer to do the pre-soak, and so if you had drops on it, instead of the drops soaking in, it would sort of roll on the yarn. That's a good way to test with an eyedropper. Add a drop of liquid onto the yarn and see if it sinks in or if it rolls off. So if it rolls off, then you probably want to pre-soak it first. Yeah, the black could throw a shadowy look between the brights. Yeah, and it helps that I have some leftover black speckles from something. Rotating definitely moves the water a bit too, for sure. To add, like, to help distribute the heat in the pan. Ooh, some thin black squiggles after the rainbow had set for a minute might be good. Yeah, I mean, like I have, as I said, I have all of my dyes around here, and actually, well, that's not what I wanted. Let me grab. Oh, actually not gonna grab that one to show because there's something in there I don't want to show. So these are the bins that I use to store my dyes. They're from IKEA. They stack really well. And then 2 rows of the Dharma dyes fits pretty well in these. And you can see this one is a bit empty because I have as I mentioned, a thin one. Normally I need 4 full bins, but I've been using a 5th one lately, so that way, sometimes, because I would try to consolidate the colors I want to use in one bin, so I don't only have to bring one down. But sometimes that means I have to take everything out and do a lot more swapping, so I've started just using a 5th bin to bring down all the colors I think I might want to use that day. But I didn't
pull all the rainbow stuff, I was like, I'll just bring it all down. Because who knows if it'll go to the powders or if I'm just going to be excited to play with these primaries. So, wouldn't you want to pre-soak to get the vinegar in it before ice dyeing? So that depends as well. If you have citric acid powder, you could add, along with adding the dye on the ice, you could add citric acid onto the ice as well. And so then the acid will sort of go down with the liquid that's coming down. But if you're going to be so that is something that you could do for sure. I would say that that's completely up to you. But yes, I think in general I've tended to pre-soak a lot. But the last time I did ice dyeing was the one where I used all the dye I think Paradise Fibers sent with that kit, and it was way too much dye. Way too much dye. It's always my pleasure. I love like answering questions and stuff. And it was like my hair looks good today when I did like nothing. Well, I mean I put like a texture spray in, but yeah, and then I like paid no attention to it. And I'm like, how come I always like my hair on the days when I'm like not, when I try, then I get frustrated. But yeah, but actually, I am going to, nope. Nope, that is not what I wanted. Nope, YouTube, nope, nope. Okay.
If you're struggling to lose...
Nope, okay, because I wanted to. So what was funny is I was going to say like, hey, if this like happens, then I will do this. But the dollar amount that we hit was before you hit it before I went live. So I'm going to just donate to the Trevor Project right now. Timer, you're making it awkward. Okay, hopefully that is done. Okay, because that's the other reason why I raised it. Because I was like, oh, like if we hit, I think originally I was like, if we hit this, then I'll donate $100. But I wanted to make sure I did that while I was still live. And so, yeah, and if we go over our goal, like, that's fine too. But I always I make donations to Trevor Project a couple times a year. Can we submit any rainbow this month? Absolutely. And you know what? Like, Ruth, that's a great question. So not only can you submit any rainbow, but, and our inspiration photo isn't like the pride flag or the pride progress flag, because I want it to be a little bit more broad and open to interpretation of a celebration of self-expression and color and all of that. But if you want to dye yarn inspired by any of the other types of pride flags as well, I'm happy to feature those in the recap. And so, yeah, I mean, I dyed, so way down on my Instagram feed, I made for like a very dear friend, I dyed yarn, and I think I didn't film a video for it, but in the post I have the colors that I used for the by pride flag, and I crocheted one, and I think yeah, that should be on my Instagram feed from last year. Yarn hair, don't care. That's so funny. All right, but let's check in on the yarn, and I'm going to take my fun headband off. Oh yeah, and I'm going to put in my, I copied this ages ago, but my TikTok, which because of the spring mini skein mini series, my TikTok is almost all rainbow projects right now. All right, but that was about 10 minutes, and we are super steamy. This is Knit Pick Stroll. Yeah, but see, the edges are still pretty cool. So what I'm going to do, And I think this is what Ruth was talking about. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to tilt the pan, let all the water sort of go one way, and then I'm going to tilt it the other direction. And there's a little bit of something right there. Yeah, but that helps distribute the heat a little bit better. The edges, oh, and I can go side to side as well. But that just helps distribute the heat a little bit more. And I realize that I can't really read the chat from where I am, but if something like the audio goes away, you should be able to see that. But yeah, you know, pan pride flag, I will happily accept and feature any. This month is more, well, every month is a little bit loose. You could be inspired by just like the blue row or something as well. But I just try to pick a fun rainbow photo for it all. Okay. And for this one, what I want to do is a favorite, which will lead to some blending for sure. And we'll do some multiple layers of this as well. But this is an old favorite. And the colors may spread. Oh, but I'm realizing it's 3 skeins. So I was like, oh, we could just do in the middle on one. And I'm like, oh, wait, no. I want the 3 skeins to have some similarity. And hopefully the blue will be cooperating. But I love this as like a way to add some random kind of color on. And whoop, I left a little bit more space at the bottom. So we're going to add that there. And maybe we will add some pink up to the other end like we did with that first one, but this is pretty much how it's going to start. And you can see already that we're getting some greens and oranges in here too. And where's my phone? It's like, I want to take a picture. Yeah, but I'm curious how much like the colors will blend in the middle. And I am going to make some more water. Did I nail it? Just about. Okay, this is 6 cups of water with about 3 tablespoons of white vinegar. And, uh-oh. No, where's the other end of my turkey baster? Oh no. This is what happens when I don't put my clean dishes away. Shoot. Is it really not in here? It's not in there. Turkey baster. Got the bulb. Aha! I found it. At one point, or I may have another turkey baster somewhere, but what I want to do here is not that I'm trying to spread the colors out, but there's a little bit of some dye around these edges, and I'm just letting that calm down. Okay, and before we touch and move things, I'm going to cover this now. And I'm also realizing I want to reduce the heat on here, so like down to a 3, and I'll set a timer for 10 minutes. And then depending on what the colors do, how much they do and don't spread, that's when I would decide if I want to add black to this one or not. I just wanted to do some things that were like on my idea list, but that I never did in the spring mini skein mini series. But I could always bring down some soft blanks as well. Let me pull up I'll try to pull up some pride flags, just a minute. Just want to find a good source. Is that a compilation? Okay. Okay, so here are some of the various prides. You've got this one says it's the modern pride flag, but I've heard it as the progress pride flag. And so, yeah, there are just some variations with different meanings for, then some people feel like some of the flags represent them more than others. So, but yeah, so if someone wants to do, and someone can probably explain like what they mean more. I think I saw an article in Marie Claire as I was Googling. They didn't have a compilation, but they explain a little bit about the history and the significance of the colors in a lot of the flags, and so that's a good one. Yeah, so the cyan, yellow, magenta that we're using would be pretty perfect for that. What red, so the colors that I'm using are Dharma's Brilliant Yellow, Deep Magenta, and Caribbean Blue. And so these are the colors that we're blending together. We started off dyeing some roving that is going to be a cold process, and now I'm layering hearts, and we may move into dye powders. I may peter out. We don't know how things will go. But it sort of depends on like how many flips this one needs. And then of course, as I pick and play around with different techniques, There are a few limitations that I have based on the number of pans and things like that. But I believe I have a safe place in the other room. If I need to move the hot plate to give us more counter access, I can do that. Might need to cool a little bit, or I can wear oven mitts. Oven mitts move it. So, but yeah, rainbow hearts. I'm curious how much the colors are going to spread. My hope is that the colors will like spread, and so then we'll get some blending for those secondary colors. So currently, yes, it does feel a little bit more like a pan flag. And you know, my goal for this is more rainbow, but I'm happy to represent everyone, right? But my thought is that these colors will, as we layer and flip, that they will blend a bit in the middle. But yeah, I don't have any sock blanks pre-soaking yet, but I could. And actually, while we wait, okay, and then nope, rainbow. Okay, and so while we are waiting, I can share some of these other old projects. Web browsing. All right, so this is the headband, and I made this 5 years ago almost. Wow. I got just some rainbow tulle, and I cut squares out of it. And then I think you basically like fold the squares into a triangle and then stitch along like the middle side, and then you kind of sew it all together, and that's how I got this star that's on my head. And I'm surprised that, and I hot glued it with like a big jewel in the center to a like dollar store pink headband, which surprisingly hasn't broken yet. A lot of my other things have broken, but yep, that's how I had it, so the hot glue would stick. Oh my gosh! Lucas was so tiny! Oh my goodness! And he's wearing the armbands. And so here is the, when did I do this? This was also in 2017. I made these two wristbands, and so they have instructions for the striping, so things end up being even. And yeah, I made them out of a cotton, I think. But yeah, that's these, which I just refound. I had lost them. But yeah, so if you just search for like ChemKnits wristbands, or I'll actually put that. And then the headband is there. Oh my gosh. I'm like seeing the Kickstarter. Ah, there we go. Yeah, baby Lucas. Oh my goodness. I'm like melting. And just like Ryder is bigger than that. It's so wild. So wild. But, oh no, did I miss a... Anonymous, thank you so much for your donation to the Trevor Project. I missed it. I just saw that the total had gone up. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, we are fundraising for the Trevor Project because we're dyeing rainbows for Pride, and it was only fitting to also try to support an organization that helps LGBTQ and questioning youth. They provide crisis intervention, and they have trained counselors, so kids can reach out, can call, and find someone who will listen and talk and support, because I think that everyone deserves to have someone that they can talk to, and especially youth who can be more at risk, because I think I know people, even children who are in families that really want to support them, are still
struggle when it comes to their identity. And so it's an organization that I wholeheartedly support, and YouTube is covering all of the transaction fees, so all the credit card processing fees. So if you make a donation, they're covering that, and so yay! Yes, I am live right now. Oh, Ruth, thank you. Thank you for the donation. You're anonymous. Thank you so much. Did I set a timer? I think so. I think I see it ticking down. I'm like, I really want to see what the yarn looks like. And then so I'm sitting here like, I want to peek. I want to peek, but I'm trying to wait. It's like, I need to be like, Rebecca, wait. As I put my do not touch in the chat. Which I love that emote. It's a, if it's hard to see, I don't think I even have it in here. I can make a bigger version of it. Don't touch. There is a video coming up. Oh, actually I can touch now, so never mind. Maybe I'll show a bigger version of that later. I have a video coming up where I kept putting the emote on the screen. I think it was right after I got it. No tongs, yep. You discovered my videos a short while back. You love how in-depth I get into dyeing. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Well, like, you know, I'm not doing the fundraiser to try to be like awesome or cool. Ooh, it's mainly because I figure it's the least, I feel like it's the least I could do. So I'm not seeing a ton of color blending yet. I'm hoping we'll get some more, but that's why this is an experiment. The colors are setting pretty well. And so if we want the colors to spread and blend more, another thing we can do is add more water. Is another option as well. But now we are gonna touch and flip the yarn. So the colors have not spread much yet, but they may. We will see. I did put in a lot of acid. If I wanted things to spread more, using less acid would be advisable. But I'm sure we will see some blending. Okay, let's do this. But actually, no, I know what we'll do. I have a plan. And if you're wondering why the yellow is going so much further than everything else, it's because the other colors a little goes a long way. Oh, did we get clogged? Some squeeze bottles go a little easier. Oh. Come on. Put my safety glasses back on. There we go. Figure when trying to puncture anything, it is always worth having proper safety stuff on. And as the blue also is going to need a little bit of a poke. You can tell how much I'm thinking when I stop talking. There we go. No!
Blue, what is getting stuck up there? I mean, actually, let me pull that clump out. No, that would be too easy. There we go. Whoa! Okay, there we go. That was a lot of blue. And we're gonna do some little hearts there. Oh dear, that was a lot. And this time, we're gonna add a little bit of some pink down here. Where? Oh. No, come out. Come out. Okay, and so rather than like smushing the colors down, this is what I'm going to do this time. To help it blend a little bit, I was like, I want to add a little bit more water. But I'm going to do it like this after adding the color. And so things aren't going to spread a ton, but they will spread a little bit. I figured that this would be a fun way to help it spread. And we'll be flipping and adding more color. So yeah, I had no idea how well this would or wouldn't work for helping us feel the rainbow, but I wanted to try it. Starting with primaries. All right, and now we're gonna wait 10 minutes. If I wanted the colors to spread more, I could have started cold and done like almost no acid. And I will see what you all are saying in the chat in a moment. Oh. No yarn mop net yet. All right, and one question I have for all of you is if I'm going to pull out some dye powders for, say, the swish, or if I grab like a sock. See, that's the problem. I kind of want a sock blank. But I have the swish. Let's dye the swish. And then maybe the wool of the Andes, will cold process that after we've done the swish. Do I have another? Yes, I have one more container that can go outside. Where is the other one? I don't know. All right, chat. Was that not all on camera? Maybe I need to zoom you guys back out. Let me see. The problem with me, oh, that's right, the zoom like isn't, so weird that it changed and like the zoom is not doing what I want it to as much anymore. All right. Oh, what I was starting to do was pull up. Yeah, because that was the image. Don't touch. It already exists. Where? I don't see it. Okay. Maybe I never actually did it. Okay. where is my graphic design? There it is. That's the don't touch. My little tongs. It can be hard to see when it's tiny. But yeah, YouTube channel members can use the custom emotes. Oh yeah, so I guess last year in the live stream I was saying that it's not just my kids I want to create a safe space for, but I also want to create sort of a safe space for their friends. And because you never know what grown up a kid might feel comfortable talking to. And I mean, again, I think that my kids and their friends are all maybe a little like young to, I mean, people sometimes know stuff young, but they're also pretty young that, they're not thinking about like relationships and things very much yet. Again, you never know. And so therefore, like, I'm trying to like talk, and like we talked about how their friends will have different types of families and kind of stuff, just to make sure that it feels like normal, because it should be normal, because it is normal. And we have the Lego Everyone is Awesome thing up. And it's just sort of like, I think that the kids know basically that it's like, everyone should be loved and respected for who they are. And yeah, but hopefully, I don't know, I hope that my kids know that I will always love them whomever they are, and as they're discovering who they are. So. But yeah, so that I will get emotional now, because yeah, I mean, I have I have friends who didn't feel okay coming out to their parents and stuff. And so I hope that for this new generation, what are they, Gen Alpha? Hopefully, like, things will be easier for them. But anyway, is anyone trying shapes like the picture, polygon of color? I thought about that. And almost like, I thought about taking, there was one time, maybe it was Spring Mini Ski Mini Series 2021, where I had some minis sort of like looped in the pan. I thought about looping the minis and then just like kind of like randomly playing with the color on there. Ooh, a stamp would be fun. Like a sponge stamp would be really fun. Yes, my kids are certainly old enough to understand that everyone deserves a safe space. Yeah, I think what we talk a lot more about now is like gender expression, and how like, it's like, which sometimes it's hard when like other friends are like, oh, this is just for girls or just for boys, and it's like, well, it's sort of like, do you have fingernails? Although I wanted to paint my nails before today, but I didn't. I'll try to do it by the recap. But I was like, if you have fingernails, you can paint them, and so, yeah, and it's like, you can like whatever color you want. And yeah, their school is very good at supporting this too. So, but yeah, I mean, I had too many ideas that I wanted to do. I've got, maybe one of the next ones, I'll pick a picture so I can use some of the stencils that I have. We can play with war gum again. Yeah, it's just, I sometimes suffer from too many ideas and not enough pans and time in the stream. Yeah, I tried very hard, and so if there's any other parents out there that are wondering how to explain things to kids, there's like a kid's book about, and I'll link that. And this is like no like sponsorship or affiliation. Is this just, I think that it's just that. But a kid's book about,
They have a lot of things that are really helpful. And so not only do they have ones for like really little kids, but I think that there's a kid's book about pride, but we have the systemic racism and a kid's book about racism, which was a really good for facilitating conversations. Where is there like a list of all of them? Because I think that there's little kids. You can get like a monthly membership, but I didn't know. I think there's one about pride as well. Yeah, so there's a kid's book about pride. And a lot of times, like, these books are written by authors. This is one that I want to get, and it talks about like sometimes about like history, and there's not a lot of pictures, but these books will put a lot of information. Whoop. Did I have it up? Yeah. These books will have a lot of information with text and being like, you know, this makes me feel small. And like positivity, there's like positive messages in there, but also just sort of defines and explains what things are. And so it is helpful to read with the kids, and then it gives them a chance to ask questions, so then I can go find more resources to help. And so, yeah, I highly recommend that, just like in general for, you know, I think there's one about anxiety, there's like ones about money, like they're about things that sometimes it's like, ooh, how do I answer this? And so I, yeah, have been very, very happy with them. So, yeah. It is also useful, I think, for adults. And so, and it's sort of like, and you know, it just talks about like the feelings behind like, behind things. And so like, not, you know, I'm a cis white woman, and so I'm not the best person to share the information always myself, even though I can try. But I think that it is, therefore I try to find resources written by people who are affected. And then also like, I try to get, have just books that have diverse worldview and experience and the authors and stuff, and just have them on the shelf for the kids as well. All right. We're not having a ton of spread, but you know what? It's still fun. And as, oh, we can check and see, there's a bit of blue hanging out, but the colors are striking really, really well. Okay. I'm going to open it up. I feel like we'll probably do like 2 more layers of the hearts. But sort of like seeing this in contrast with what we did on the roving, where we started with no acid and then moved it, I think it's just kind of fun to see. And actually, you know what? I'm going to shift which one's on the edge as we're doing this. I think it can just be fun to see how, like with the same colors, with just shifting the technique a little bit and letting the colors strike faster, you get a different overall effect. And so, whoa dear. Oh no, I didn't want to move the zip tie. I just wanted to sort of rotate and have different stuff exposed. But yeah, the more we layer the colors, the more we will see some of these secondaries come through or not. Oh. Oh my gosh, was I filming that whole time? Whoops. Normally I don't film in the day-long live streams, but I was like, this is some like pretty layering and stuff. So,
But yeah, no, anyone can love any color, for sure. For sure. But like, that's an easy one to, like, an easy way to talk with the kids about colors. Oh my gosh. But yeah, my youngest has very long hair, and so people often make mistakes. Or make incorrect assumptions about his gender, which is sometimes frustrating for him. But he wants to have long hair, like one of his favorite people in the world, me. Keith had really long hair for a while at the beginning of the pandemic, but he also had a beard, so there wasn't really a lot of confusion. But it's nice that we can be like, see, Daddy had long hair. And he's like, oh yeah. But yeah, some of these techniques lend themselves really well to like a time lapse. And so, although not that I'm filming this part. But yeah, when I'm doing stuff anyway, I'm going to add just a little bit of pink up there. When I am doing this kind of stuff anyway, I think that it is nice. Yeah, see, I'm seeing more greens now. It's just nice to film the time lapses. Yeah, adding some water on is helping me spread out. And I'm going to add just a little bit of a line. Slight deviation from some of our hearts. Come on. I don't want you to squirt out the side. But I like painting with hearts because it helps me sort of randomize the placement a little bit. But it also helps me inject the love that I feel for yarn into it. All right, I will need to rinse this cap out because I was going to put the wrong one on. But yeah, sometimes this is easier with diluted colors using a like a tulip tie-dye squeeze bottle that do a better job at squeezing out, but these are good for storage. But I think one of the biggest lessons that I learned as an adult was that I don't know everything. It's okay to say you don't know. And, you know, and it's also okay to admit when you make a mistake. So, which is something I am also trying to teach my kids. But one of the things I love about my, oh, I should put a cover on. One of the things I love about Lucas's second grade teacher is that the saying in the classroom isn't practice makes perfect, it's practice makes better. Oh dear. And I just adore that. Especially when I have a kid who otherwise will think too much about perfection. And so practice makes better. Let's see. Thank you all so much. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that it's hard. My youngest is in kindergarten, and so kids are figuring out a lot of stuff.
And so, and also people come from different families, and there's a lot of different cultures at the school. And so some families have stronger opinions than others. So we do beautiful oops at our house. Oh, I like that. I like that. But anyway, I'm so excited that we've raised $420 for the Trevor Project. Guys, I'm so happy. Thank you all so much for supporting this. It's a good day when I get to learn something new. I like that. I like that a lot. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to want to add black onto this one. But we'll have to think about what we want to do on the decay. And if, okay, it's time. Oh, Andy, thank you so much for your donation, Andy Newton. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to do another poll while I sit here talking. Did I set a timer? Kind of looks like I did. Yes, the angle is just wrong. The angle is just wrong for me to see the timer. Okay. Dye type for next colorway. More color mixing. Oh. With black maybe, or bring on the powders. So yeah, if I bring on the powders, then I will pull probably a set of 6. I don't think I'd go for 12, but like 6 neon, or we could do a muted rainbow. We could do, there was one of these dye-alongs where we did like a neon rainbow colorway, we did like a traditional rainbow colorway, and then we did a more muted one where I think I used things like deep purple and navy and things like that, more like jewel tones. But yeah, I have the black mixed with citric acid powder. The other colors I wouldn't mix in with citric acid, but we've got the black with citric acid powder already. The powders mean I talk less. Yes, it does. It's harder to talk with the respirator mask on, for sure. And so like I could happily play more and do, because like if I was gonna do more color mixing, what I would probably do is start cold and do similar to what we did on the roving at the very beginning, sort of layering the colors on top and sort of smushing it together on the yarn versus letting it stay like we're doing now with the hearts. And then I think I would not add acid, but start adding the acid with the black powders and sort of speckle that on, let it like move through a little bit with each layer. So it wouldn't really be speckled as much as like give a little bit of like dimension. Randy, thank you so much for donating to the Trevor Project. Thank you. Yep. Exactly. Exactly, the red tower. But yeah, so yeah, because I'm torn. Because part of me, like, there's a reason why when I'm dealing with a lot of powders, eventually I do like a voiceover and a time lapse, because I found that the cadence of my talking when I'm filming with the respirator on, I like will say a few words, pause, and then say another few words. And I hate editing around that because I'm like, oh my gosh, my sentences are so like stilted. Oh, you want to see some speckles? I don't think I'm going to do, well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know if I'm going to do full-on speckles with it, or if I would do something else. But for a really fun rainbow speckled colorway, I recommend checking out night 5 of the Spring Mini Skein mini-series, where I did a set with awesome rainbow speckles, which is something that, like, I totally would do, like, I don't know, I'd probably do more, like, all over random rainbow if we go with that. But it looks like, guys, it's close. Color mixing has a slight edge right now. Oh man, layered jewel tones with pops of neon with black speckles finish. That would be really, really fun. That would be really fun. But yeah, I mean, sometimes I have to think, like, when I'm going into these, if the goal is to go for multiple colorways or what. But I think that I will probably be able to do one more, I think, before I decide I'm done. Although, I was like, as my tummy rumbles a little bit. There were days, like, I don't know, there was one day I streamed for like over 6 hours. I don't know how I was able to do some of those long ones. Maybe I would just like scarf some like cheese and crackers in the middle. Although I think I have leftover sushi for lunch today, which I'm very excited about. But I don't really want to eat on camera. If I was going to eat, I would like take a break and go off camera because I don't know. You worked up some of that zebra yarn. Oh, the black pops. I'm so excited. I kept, I've got some DK is the one that I have. Originally, I had kept for myself both a DK and a fingering weight version of the rainbow zebra, but one package got lost in the mail and just completely disappeared, which is always really, really sad. But so I'm glad I held on to a sock because I was able to replace the missing package. So that was really, really great. Hold on, I am checking. Yay. Yeah. So I was like, I need to make sure things arrive. I do insure the packages that I send, but yeah, and so then like when it comes to replacing things, it just takes a while because I have to wait like, I forget if it's 30 days or 4 weeks, something like that, because those are the terms with the insurance company before you consider something lost. And so then that just takes time. DK works in the knitting machine so you can knit something faster. Oh, awesome. Yay! Thank you. Oh my gosh, we are currently at 50-50. Exactly. Oh man, guys. But one thing, okay, you can't quite see. If I move this one a little bit, maybe you can see. Yeah. Notice the relative level of, and I do think that I use the pink for something else, but of the yellow, the pink, and the blue. Of course, when we did the color mixing of them, the pink and the blue are fairly well balanced, but that blue alone goes a long way. Hello from Holland! Yay! I'm glad you could catch me live. Yeah, I stream dyeing at least once a month, and then sometimes I randomly have time to do more. But what I realized is, what did I realize? Oh, because we have company coming a week from tomorrow for like a long time, and I'm very excited. I'm so excited. Yeah, we've got like friends visiting and moving in with us for a while, and so I've not seen the kids in the very last trip we did right before things shut down. Was the last time we saw them. So this is the longest I've gone without seeing these kids their entire lives, which is wild. Wild, I say. All right. Whew. I will say, while we do have a little bit of blending in here and it's got rainbow feeling, this one for sure is
a lot more like the primary colors. You don't feel the blend nearly as much, but I think that if I added less acid, then we would feel a little bit more. So now what I'm doing, I mean, I could add more or it could be okay. Yeah, we'll do this bit could use some color. So one reason when I flip and move things that I squeeze out a lot of the liquid is it just makes it a little bit easier for me to look and then see where I do or do not want more color. And then I can always try to put the areas with the most white up. But I think for this one, what I'm going to do, so I've been adding some water on top, but I'm going to add all this water in, which things are still really warm. But it'll just allow a little bit more spread. Okay, I'm gonna put my glasses back on. Okay, let's start with the red this time. There we go. Come on. Like, come on, come on. It's like if there's anything, these holes are so small that if there's anything that would clog it. And the thing that you never want to do is go too high, like squeeze too hard. That's always not what you want. Okay, and then I'm like debating, you can see me sitting here, I'm like debating if I want to take the spoon and move it. But there we go. That's our yellow. And then our blue. Do-do, 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 do-do. Get some blue up there. And some blue down there. But yeah, the yellow does not pop nearly as much as the blue. And what I'm going to do now, there we go. I'm giving us a little bit of purple. Maybe I cheated a little bit with the spread, but and then this is what I wanted to do. Who knows, I may end up regretting that I did that. But you know what? I think I like it. There are times for regrets and then times to go for it. And I'm going for it today. All right. I'm going to cover this. Put the caps back on all the yarn. And then we are going to cover this, and I'll check one more time. But the reason why I am going to wait 10 more minutes before we move it to the other burner is that I think that I should eat something. And at which point, depending on what the response is, then I can make another little hole. But so let's see. Do we have? Nope, we don't have a winner. We don't have a winner. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Beth, I know I touched it. Okay. I am going to take a brief break. I should be back by the time the timer goes off, so like less than 10 minutes. Oh my gosh, is there a donation I missed? The dollar amount went up, but Randy and Andy, I think I thanked both of you. Andy, I thanked you. Maybe there's one that didn't show up in chat, but someone donated, and so thank you. All right, yes, I'm going to take a quick break, and so if anyone in chat asks, I could do both. If anyone in chat asks, yeah, I'm going to just quickly eat some sushi.
Don't tell Ryder that I finished his leftover cucumber and avocado rolls as well. Oh man, my kids are getting pretty good. We got them these like chopstick trainers. So it connects them like at the top, so that way, yeah, they do a pretty good job. Although I'm a little nervous if when we travel later this summer, if we go someplace that does not have, and we don't, because I'm not going to bring them. Like that could be interesting if they try, like for real. But anyway, okay, it looks like the votes are in, and bring on the powders won by not very much. Yeah, there's like a 10% spread, but what's 54? I'm curious. What's 54%? Wait, by 4 times 4. Yeah, it's like, it's like by 2 votes. Yeah, we got a winner in the poll. We got a winner. All right, so we're gonna bring on the powders. All right. But so now I have to decide what kind of powders. Ryder mom did a mom thing. He may not remember that there was some left over. But we had a weekend alone with Ryder because Lucas went to my parents, and they'll swap next weekend. So we'll have a weekend alone with Lucas, but Ryder just like really wanted sushi. And Keith likes sushi, but he doesn't like when we get like delivery sushi as much as when we eat it in a restaurant. And so then we waited, and when my parents came over for dinner, I was like, okay, now we'll do the sushi. But yeah, so I don't know, Sylvie, if I'm exactly gonna go for spackles with the rainbow colors. I might paint with the rainbow colors and, spread it through, but I haven't decided. Excuse me, I don't know what I want to do. As I'm like sitting here hiccuping. We will have a yarn mop though. So Beth, if Beth is still here, worrying about my yarn mop. We'll have one for sure this time, because when I am dealing with dry powders, not only will I be wearing my respirator mask, safety glasses, and gloves, personal safety equipment is important, but I try to have a skein of yarn on hand that I can wipe my gloves onto. And so you can do that. Ooh, we could do this on the worsted weight yarn too. Black speckles? Yeah, we'll probably have some black speckles. I don't know if I'm going to try to spread it through though, like I was talking. But let's see. How we're doing over here. The nice thing with the hot plate is that these edges of the pan do not get hot. I'm going to turn the hot plate off for now. It doesn't cool off that fast. Da-da-da. You know, I know what we were doing hearts, but like looking at this now, compared to like the inspiration image, I was like, I feel almost that like polygon effect, which is fun. Okay, let me get a picture of this one as well. I am nearly positive that I am done with this, but we will check. We will check. And then while we check, I'm not going to set up another poll for this, but like if you have a rainbow palette you would like me to use, whether we do like traditional, muted, neon, just let me know down in the comments. Yeah, so we still have some white in here, but that's okay. It's fun and it's different. It's something I didn't do during the spring mini skein mini series, which was one of my goals. But I could keep going and keep layering. I'm just not. Oh yeah, I'm glad you like your yarn mop.
All right, I'm gonna set that. I'm gonna take this over to the stove. Do I need to add more water? I don't think I need to add more water because I think that it's pretty good. What I haven't decided is if I want to do, oh goodness, we're gonna have to decide on the kind of rainbow. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move the hot plate briefly. Because I want space so I can look for the colors. And yeah, the hot plate gets very warm, but there's like no heat down here on the counter. And so that's pretty good. But I am gonna clean up. I know I have to decide if we're gonna do, because I've got the wool of the Andes too. I think I might do the swish though. Jewel tone with a smidge of black. Well, since I'm gonna have to go through all of my dyes anyway, we can see what some options would be. Because you know I love neons, but I'm going to set a timer for 20 minutes there. You know how much I love neons, but we did do a lot recently. Okay. But I can start pulling out some options. So wait. Beth was like jewel tone. Do palm dandy. Maybe indigo instead of navy. I'll pull more true black. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna pull, rather than pulling all, just go straight for the jewel tones. Yeah, I think let's do indigo instead of navy, just because I've used it less. Maybe golden poppy. I don't have very much forest green. So berry crush is another option. I'll have to pull up some of my swatch images. Deep purple. So we could do like these 5, like one of these. I'm not sure what orange to pull. Or if I should pull a yellow in addition to that. See, I think if I'm going to use golden poppy, that could be both, but I have honey mustard. Yeah, so I'm going to sit down and we'll pull up some swatch pictures because I'm tempted to do just 5 because So I guess like saffron spice could be a good like deep orange, but to have like a different yellow, I'm picking these more golden kind of yellows. And so I don't know, do I need like a more true orange, or should I do this? Tangelo. Tangelo is fairly pink. Ooh, Aztec Gold. I didn't bring the jacquard down. Yeah, actually, I think like, okay, but I'm going to grab some swatch pictures. Image. Oh, that's in documents. Color swatches. Where are all the pinks? Okay, so here are, or maybe this was all the purples, not all the pinks. But it looks like Plum Dandy could be like a bit deeper. It is significant. It's different from Deep Purple. It's a bit deeper. Berry Crush is brighter. So I think I want to try the Plum Dandy. Let me see what oranges I have. Okay, that was like my purples. Browse. So what did I grab? So honey, which ones did I grab? Sunflower is a bit like brown. So I grabbed Golden Poppy and Honey Mustard. And I'm thinking I want to do like that Golden Poppy. Because see, it might give some yellow with its spread, but still feeling orange. So yeah, I'm tempted to use that and then not have a yellow as well. Is there a good rusty one? See, that's the problem with like yellows. If it's not a bright yellow, it is a, let's see what else I have. Okay, so here, oh dear. All right, so here we've got Golden Poppy next to Saffron Spice, which is one that maybe I would have picked to use, but using both of them is gonna feel like two oranges. And so that's why I think I'm inclined to just use the Golden Poppy and not both the Golden Poppy and the Saffron, because I think, yeah, I think that I'll just like the way that that combines. Yeah, I think the Golden Poppy is a good one. And so when I do these crude swatches, this is the way I often will compare them. And there is a little bit of a difference if I was doing the swatch cold versus hot. That is something that I have discovered. So sometimes you have to take it with a grain of salt. But I don't have something that compares, say, Saffron Spice to Honey Mustard. But I can compare, okay, I've got the Golden Poppy, and I can see how the Golden Poppy looks in this other pan, and so then kind of infer based on that. Let me see if I have any other. Oh, you know what I want? Maybe it was June 2020.
I want the recap. Oh, maybe if I go to the playlist. Which one? March, April, May, June. Yes. Okay. Wait for the ad to go away. Okay. And this. Okay, because what colors did I use? That's so pretty. Because here's one of my, like, oh, there's all the submissions. I feel like one of these, yeah, okay, the one on the far right. I think I used an orange in there too. I did like a golden color and then the orange. I don't think I wrote down, no, I didn't write down the colors that I used. I probably say in this video, but we don't need to watch the video. But yeah, these, I think we're basically doing something close to this, but I'm not going to have the, oh, do I want the orange? Guys, do I need the orange? Indy's in his crate. Yeah, I think let's go for it. We can do something different than what we had done like this time in the past. So it's like indecision. Okay, but what did I decide? I wanted to use the Plum Dandy instead of the Berry Crush. And then, okay, and the honey mustard is going to go away as well. Okay. All right, now I just need to think about reducing the heat there for sure. Over here, okay. So we're gonna need a yarn mop, and I'm gonna need to refill my vinegar. I buy oh, well, I just poured vinegar down myself. With these 1.5, is it 1.5 or 2 gallon jugs? Oh, it's not even, it's like 1.3 gallon jugs of vinegar. It gets like hard to pour. That's why I add it to a cup like this. And then add it to the yarn and stuff. So maybe what I'll do is we'll set up, I think I'm going to dye 2 skeins this colorway that I haven't quite decided on how we're going to do it. If we're going to do, we may do all over kind of rainbowy speckles versus like in a progression. But what we'll do is put all the yarn in here, cover it with the acid water, and then we're going to remove one of the skeins to be our mop. And let's see. I like the proportions that we had before with not too much spread. 2, 3, 4 tablespoons of white vinegar and 8 cups of water. Of course, these are different colors. So one thing I have not done before that I kind of want to do is do like a cold process, hand painted colorway, maybe with, I have a recipe where I dilute the dyes with some water. But I want to do it in a way where like I dye the yarn, and then after I dye the first layer of yarn, I want to add another layer of yarn on top and dye that, dye both sides and like stack it. I don't know why. I don't know how it would work. The only reason why I haven't tried it is because
it would use a lot of yarn. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking that I want to do something more random. Okay, I'm going to bring in the water, and what did I do? Probably about 5 cups. But this has some acid. And I'm sort of just distributing it all over, and then on one of the skeins, removing most of the liquid so we can have our yarn mop. Oh, how am I doing on time? Okay, we're good. I'm always like, oh wait, kids, I have children. Okay, and the nice thing about this, with having only 200 grams of yarn in the pan, is it means I'm going to be able to spread things out a lot more. And also, since it's DK, it'll be a little bit easier to get sort of full coverage on it. But I'm going to bring the hot plate back over. It's still very warm. But by holding it by the sides, it's fine. All right, we're gonna put you on high. And cover you. It's not completely covered. Oh yes, please like the video and make sure you're subscribed. Okay, the True Black we may not need because I have some of that mixed with citric acid. And while this starts to heat up, what I'm gonna do is go ahead and put these dyes away. My kids are still at school, yeah. There's still 3 more weeks of school out here. Putting these away will give me a little bit more space. Okay. Let me continue to move my space around. Need a new camera battery. Cool. I would center it more. I can, oh good, that brought it more. I was like, think I'm just off the webcam. Okay, so is that my timer for this year? I'm almost done already? Wow. But I'm seeing some steam come out because it's already hot. I'm gonna go ahead and flip it around. Nope, I do not want a reminder. Nope. We'll wait 8 minutes and then I'll move the yarn around. Oop. Up north, yeah, up here, we didn't start school until like September 19th or something. It felt really late this year. Maybe it wasn't quite that late, but it was, schools in Massachusetts no longer can start before Labor Day, at least in our district. And so they did try to ask the teachers if they could start a little bit earlier, because this year Labor Day was as late into September as it could possibly be. And then in addition to that, then there's Rosh Hashanah. And so they don't want the first day of school to be on the first or second day of Rosh Hashanah, because we do have a reasonably large Jewish population, and it's just like growing up, those, even in Michigan, those were non-testing days. Like they couldn't do anything that would be hard to miss. And so like, yeah, so they didn't want to start school on that. And so then that just shifted. And then they also, there's also an issue where they don't want the first day of school to be a Friday. Yeah, so there's tons of little things that made it late. Have you ever noticed the color panel on packaging? Those are the colors used to create the final colors on the packages. Linda, on which packaging? On packaging for what? Because that would be, because that could be fun to, yeah, I mean, that could be fun to use. I mean, the colors that I have on the jars that are above my head here, nope, that's not my face. So those colors up there, those were labels from a poster that I cut out and taped onto the jars. But, yeah. Someone was asking about a certain puppy. I'll leave my camera on and I'll let him outside. But now we're going to do powders, so you can't hang out, but you can go out and maybe they'll see your tail. Barely. Hey, can you sit? Can you pretty? There you go. Okay, let's go outside. Oh no. Go potty, Indy. Time for that Indy Brecken emote. I'll go out and get him in a second. Our fierce protector. Normally he just sleeps the day. Oh, like potato chip and cereal. Oh. I don't have any cereal boxes right here. Well, that's not a bad idea. That's a fun idea. Okay. I'm going to put on that so I'm not awkwardly going back and forth. But now I'm going and looking. Yeah. We transfer a lot of cereal into like reusable plastic things. Oh, that's a good boy. Well, I don't like when he scratched the door, but hi. Yeah, no. But you're a good boy. Do you want any water? Okay. Let's go. He's like, do I get a, you know what? Thank you, baby. Thank you. Okay. Uh-oh. Where's my phone? Oh, over here. I need to charge it. I don't know what they're talking about. Why does this come here? So funny. Oh, nice. Oh, that's why I'm getting so many messages. I'm collecting, I'm a room parent, so I'm collecting funds for teacher gifts. But today, we are so close to the goal. We've raised $470 for the Trevor Project. I'm like, this looks so awkward. This isn't a skirt. I have shorts on. This is just my apron. And then I was like, I never wear this. Let's put it on. But yeah, that would be cool. Okay. We're probably pretty hot. The timer hasn't gone off, but we may not need it. So I'm about to sound a lot more muffled once I put on my respirator. And the thing that I need to remember to do, and I will try to not project, like often when I'm streaming, I project a lot because I'm moving around so much. But when I project with the respirator, then it like vibrates more. So I'll have to talk softer and just less theater, which sounds funny. All right. Well, I'll leave that on until I'm suited up. Okay, and I'm gonna have some paper towels to dry off my gloves. But my I'll show you. This is my mask. Ryder wants a cat so bad, but Keith and I are allergic. Okay. Please let me know if it's too hard to hear me, because I am a lot quieter now. I love seeing all the indie emotes in chat. Oh my goodness. All right. Of course, I put on the mask and my nose immediately starts to itch. So what I'm doing is like what I did before, but I'm like moving the water all the way through. I'm going to reduce this. Okay, I don't have any powders out yet. Oh. And we're about to go. And that is that. And now I think we're ready to go. Hopefully. Okay. Now let's start with our golden poppy. And I'm a little like torn with how exactly I want to do this. We're going to fit a lot of colors on, but let's just start like that and not do too much. Oh no, forgot that I wanted to time lapse. Uh-oh. All right, let's go for some forest green. I don't have a ton of this color left. Oh, I'm going a little bit more heavy-handed. I'm sort of doing like a mirror image, and as I'm going and sort of heavily speckling these colors on, I am doing like the same thing on one as the other, and it's going all the way across and then a tiny bit onto the other to like do a little bit of random. Okay, let's do some indigo. Let's see. Well, maybe this one will just go all the way across. And we will be flipping and adding some more color to the other side. Yeah, so indigo is a little bit brighter than navy, but it's still a very dark, deep blue. Okay. And we've got deep purple. And we can keep adding more and more. We'll go like that with the purple. What did I do? Like this? Because if the yarn is scrunched up in there, these like shapes don't matter that much, if that makes sense. Because like the shape and the pattern is a little bit random. But we're gonna layer more color on the other side and stuff as well. I'm just trying to not have it be just like in rainbow order. I just wanted to try to do something a little bit more random, even as I'm like mirror imaging the color placement. Hopefully the plum dandy and the deep purple feel different enough. I forgot that cold, the deep purple looks a little odd. You love knitting, but you don't know how to do it. Well, it's not hard to learn. I'm gonna do a little bit more blue right now. I'm gonna go some blue kind of in there. And we're gonna do a little bit more golden poppy as well, I think. And then when we flip, we'll do our own pattern on the other side. Like, we're not gonna try to match where things are. A little bit more. So this is helping me space things not too close. But yeah, I think now I am going to cover it. Oh, I want it black. We're gonna add some black. We got some black here. And the black is gonna go a little bit all over. But I'm focusing, I mean, it's not gonna spread out all the way, but I'm focusing on the more white patches for where I'm speckling this on. But like I would dust like sprinkles onto something, just sort of a light little dusting in here. Paying attention to some of these edges. Yeah, I like that. And there's not a ton of color on the yarn mouth left yet. I mean, there's enough that it'll be like really beautiful and stuff, but not enough to need to steam set it now, if that makes some sense. The nice thing is that there are I'm gonna add like a tiny bit. Look it in the corner. Okay. I don't even remember what I was gonna say. It's like the nice thing. Oh, the nice thing is that there's only 2 skeins in here, so things are more spread out already. Which just means we're not gonna have to do like 10,000 flips for me to be happy with coverage, as can happen with fingering weight yarn. But sometimes twisting the yarn in the pan can help get that coverage. I'm gonna sit down in a sec. Oh, I meant to take a picture. Oh well. Oh well. The only bummer here with this is that like we have it heating, but when I have it covered, then you can't see it, and so that makes me sad. You have 0. Oh, your problem with this technique is you want to cover the gold. Oh, I have trouble having restraint myself. I often also want to cover everything. And sometimes that can give like really like awesome results. It all depends on what you're going for. But when dealing with the straight powder and understanding that the colors are going to spread from where you add them, you can always add more color, but you can't take it away. And so that is just worth keeping in mind. We got a 3 dipper crock pot thing from a yard sale. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's hard to have restraint with speckles because if, especially if you're doing something cold on the countertop and there's not a lot of liquid there, sometimes you can't see them until you've waited. Hi, Teresa. Oh yeah, it is lunchtime. Yes, I have a too much gene. I mean, I was showing like that yarn that we did 2 years ago, and I don't think I mixed the dyes with citric acid, and we got a beautiful like speckled yarn, but you can see I went pretty heavy in there. I think that I pretty much covered the whole section. And so restraint is something I'm working on. That. And coming up this spring, I guess it's still technically spring until like the 20th or 21st or something. Coming up this spring and summer, there will be some more pastels. I'm not coming, so I filmed a lot of pastel videos all at once. Things often end up being fairly spread out, and so that is fun. Yes, I do have a video. So, I guess one tiny little plug. So I have some, if you ever want to see some videos that are in progress, you can check out the last minute lab partner listing, because there. In the description, which I don't like that Etsy hides it, but there's some notes on the videos that I'm doing. So let's see which ones are available. So L, M, N, and Q. L is countertop speckles on non-superwash yarn, and so that's a Wool of the Andes base. And so I think that's what these black speckles that I'm using are left over from. But that was done on Peruvian Highland wool, and so you can sometimes see a little bit of what's coming up. That was on. Oh, I remember. Okay, I was like, what video is that? And so yeah, there's, oh yeah, that's a cool one. There's a bulky weight yarn. And so there's hints of what the videos will be, as I said, down in the description, but you can also just find information about the yarn base here. And so those videos are ones I've already started filming, and sometimes they don't need a lab partner for those videos to come out. They're often on the schedule, but it's an opportunity for more people to become lab partners, because the other traditional lab partner listing is often sold out. But so speaking of some non-superwash speckles, don't touch is hard, and that's the reason why I did the don't touch emote. Why that's one of the custom emotes that I made, because which actually I will say that when you guys are using that in the chat, even if I can't read the chat, I see that, and so then I know you're saying don't touch, don't stir, don't mess with it, Rebecca. Yes, Indy, you're fine, honey. Did I set a timer? No. I did not. Set it for 7 more minutes. I don't know how long I was waiting. There we go, Beth. I can see that from ages away. You're using landscape acid dyes. I don't think I've used landscape acid dyes before. But yeah, so on non-superwash yarn, I think that honestly, one of the easiest ways to get speckles would be to use like a really thin brush and some dye mixed with guar gum and just sort of paint it on. And so then you'll get some like sharper points on there. So I think that that is something. But yeah, oh, that's not what I need. Oh, we're at 17 members now. Yay. I think 3 more members and I can add 1 more emote, but no pressure. Today I would, yeah, 3 more members needed. Today I would rather than becoming a channel member, I would rather you make a donation to the Treasure Project. Hello. But yeah, it's so hard to not see what's happening. I'm so curious Nope, the boys are still in school, which is why I can still do this easily. Although I will have some good weeks of camp, but 2 of the weeks of camp, there'll be some other, we'll still have house guests. So 1 week of camp with they're basically their cousins. Like, in all practical ways, they're their cousins. But they're not related by blood, so they can get married someday. So then we can become grandparents with our best friends. No. But yeah, they're the closest things our kids have to cousins. And yeah, so they'll still be here one of those weeks. But the kids will all go to camp together, which will be so fun. But the landscape dyes come mixed with citric acid, so you're paying for more than dye. Yeah. I think that I'm happy to have some more country classic samples from one of, where did it go? I don't know where that Paradise Fiber Safe is. No, I still have last month's knit crates to open up. They did arrive in May. With the Indiana, with the spring mini skein mini series, I just did not have time. No, they don't go year round. Just in Massachusetts, school gets out really late. Because we start in like early September, so we start later. Yep, we've got a. That's how I'm feeling. All right, let me grab. See what he wants. He's like, Mommy, I know you want attention, honey, but. Did you go outside? Because you were just barking? Let's go outside, okay? Indy is 1 week away from being, 11. I've been thinking that he's almost 11 so long that sometimes I got confused and thought that he's 12. But he's almost 11. Yeah, not starting until September is pretty hard. And yeah, this is an apron. You can't see my shorts. I have shorts on, but I realize when I sit like that, it looks like a loincloth or something. When I'm awkwardly squatting. Oh dear. And of course he's barking. Alright, I'm gonna go get him. I feel like the timer's about to go off. Hopefully those don't happen at the same time. Oh dear. My barky boy. Yeah, well, because you were barking. Why don't you get some water, okay? No, I'm not giving you one of those. Drink. Hey. Come here. Okay. Yeah, drink. Here. Do I have to hold it, Your Majesty? There you go. I know, well, if you don't sprint around the yard barking after someone walking by, no, you don't get rewarded for that. He's staring at the pantry door and then looking at me because that's where we keep provisions. I know, sweetie, but Mommy's about to have to die more in like 2 seconds. Oh, good, he's drinking more. Oh, Lacey, thank you for becoming a lab tech. Thank you so much for joining the channel. Indy's birthday is the 13th of June. So my half birthday is his birthday. Oh dear. Okay, let's get suited back up so we can dye this. Yep, all the ChemKnits emotes. Oh man. I still think to the graphic artist, one of my favorite things was saying, can you make a white dog, a white American Eskimo dog bark, but not make him look scary? Although I feel like the no tongs was probably a weirder request. Ta-da! Well, that is pretty. I'm hoping the camera didn't freeze. No, it doesn't look like it did. So I will share this onto my stories, but I feel like the green needs a little bit more of a moment. Okay. Ariane, yeah, that's because of the Patreon. That's one of the reasons why, in addition that like I wanted everyone to be able to use the emotes that could. That's why I made it so cheap. For the lab tech level, which was the cheapest YouTube would allow. Okay. Oh dear. I forgot. I forgot I wanted to film. Oh well. But yeah, because there's only 2 skeins, we got really good coverage right away. So that golden poppy sticks out so much from the other colors. But what I noticed when I was looking at it, the one that I want more of for sure is this forest green. And then the Rebecca Too Much Jean may come out. So the 2 skeins of yarn are not going to be the same. And that is mainly because, well, many reasons. But one big reason why they're not going to be the same is like before I mirrored it, and this time I'm not. Because seeing the coverage that came through helps me see like how much I may or may not need of the various colors. Yeah, but the other side felt surprisingly blue. Let's do yellow or golden poppy a little bit like that. Who have I not done yet? Indigo and Plum Dandy. This yarn mop is looking real good. So I feel like I'm going to be adding a bit less color overall to this side, but that's fine because we're seeing some spread and we don't want things to become too muddy. Okay, and so the Plum Dandy, we're going to come in there, like there. But yeah, it's a totally a different type of rainbow. And we're not coming close to using up, oh no, I got some moisture in here. Oh no. So now I'm lightly going to add these black speckles into the areas where we did not add color. And I mean, not that lightly, but this is mixed with citric acid and the other stuff was not. And it's okay if this layers over some of the colors a little bit as well. Like that is not something that would bother me. But the goal is to get a fair amount of color coverage. But unlike the other powders, which were not diluted, when I'm dealing with this citric acid mixed with black dye, I can pick up a much bigger chunk of it. There we go. And a lot less of it gets on my fingers. But I did rip one of these gloves, so I am going to say goodbye to them. And set a timer for 10 minutes. I probably don't need a full 10 minutes, but it doesn't hurt. Just wiping the floor really quickly, which I'm not going to show you just because it is so dirty, but dirty with dirt, but no dye particles. I just want to show you how brown it is. I don't want to like expose that. Okay, so I'm going to now, there's some dye powder on some of these edges. And I know this is going to lead to a little bit of some spread in here. But I also want to make sure that it is nice and hydrated. There we go. Oh, I could have used the yarn mop to wipe those edges. Ooh, and before I sit down, I'm going to go check on our roving outside to see if I observe anything. So I'll be right back. my update. What? Where'd you go? There it is. Okay, so update on the roving. I would say all of them, the colors have spread not out. I can still see, I didn't check specifically on the yellow, but I could see all the colors still looking separate, but the dye has spread down a bit, which is good. And then the black speckles have spread, and they are like a shadow of themselves, because you can kind of see like, oh, there's this like bit that's a little bit deeper, but they spread. Because also, like, if I wanted them to say speckles, they would have needed more heat faster. So, when I was a kid, camps were all unplugged. We had to write letters home. My mom saved all the letters I wrote from a 4-week camp in Indiana. She saved all of the letters. Half of the letters were me asking for more envelopes and stamps. There was like a canteen, so we could get stamps from that, but we could also get like candy and stuff, and you could get like $2 a week, so then you could use that in the like soda machine. And so I would get some like lemonade, and that was super, super exciting at camp. I feel like we didn't get the canteen every day. Maybe we got it like every other day or something, or twice a week. I don't remember. But yeah, so I would send home like a postcard and be like, Mom, I need more stamps. And it would just like, it wouldn't be very much. But I wrote letters to like my grandparents and to friends. I wrote so many letters during rest. I think we had just like a quiet time after lunch when it was like really hot. And then, yes, my mom saved all those. And I think she even saved the one where I took a Hershey's chocolate bar and I folded a piece of paper to be about the size of a chocolate bar, and I included it in an envelope to my brother. And it was a trick. And then there's like a postcard to my mom. It's like, tell Jay I said I'm sorry. Because I guess like if I must have been 11 and 12 when I went to that camp. I don't think I went when I was, maybe 1 year I was 13, maybe like 12 and 13 were the 2 summers I went to that camp. And so my brother must have been like 7. So I guess Lucas's age. So yeah, a little younger than Lucas. So totally would have fallen for the fake candy trick. Oh, but our parents could also send care packages. I don't know if they were allowed to send food. But one of the camps the kids is going to reminds me so much of the sleepaway camp I went to. Although, yeah, it reminds me a lot of it, except for the fact that it's not a sleepaway camp. But they do have like bunks, but like not for, just to keep their groups separate, I guess. But I'm very excited because like there's like a little lake with swim lessons, and Ryder was all excited for the lake. Lucas was like, I don't know if I can swim in that. But then I had him swimming in the ocean with me like a week ago, and oh gosh, was that just a week ago? Yeah, I guess about a week ago. He was full on, and the water was cold because we're just like in the Atlantic and it's early still. So he was just full on. He's not a strong swimmer, but he was moving across the water. And I will say he has very low body fat, so he doesn't have any flotation assistance. But I was very, very excited. Very excited that they're going to get to do that. And so, I don't know what that was. That sounded like a big old thump. Okay. Big old thump. But I'm like, I want to know what the yarn looks like. We may not need to add more color. So the number of skeins in a pan, it's always a big toss-up for me because you can fit 3 skeins pretty easily. Some people will do 4. If I twist the yarn, then I could do 4 or 5. But of course, the more crowded it is, the less coverage of color you get. And the less coverage of color means the more potential flips and things you need to do. So those are always considerations, right? But if I do like 200 grams of yarn in a pan, I find I get good coverage because you can spread it that much more, and like I don't necessarily need to do 4, 5, 6 flips. Maybe it's good after 2. Maybe we'll need to do 1 more, but it's a lot easier to get that coverage. And so, yeah, that's the thing that is always like a debate for myself is, do I, especially like when I'm dyeing for like Hanukkah or like the spring mini skein mini series, that's always a debate, an internal debate for me about how many skeins should I dye at once. Because if I'm dyeing, say like, I think last year for Hanukkah I did 125 mini skeins every night. And so if I was doing 300 grams of yarn in a pan, that would just be 4 pans, which means, you know, I have 2 pans right now. I should just get more, but I could do 2 at a time. And so that would be 2 rounds. But if instead I was going to do 200 grams, then instead of 4 pans, it would be 6. So I'd have to do like another round. But it's like the plus minus of like, okay, but if I only have less yarn in there to begin with, and I have to flip it less, like which is faster? And so conceivably, yeah, it could conceivably be faster to do 2. So I don't really know. But the nice thing with using this hot plate again is it gives me a 3rd surface. I just don't have a good like organization here for the pans and stuff. And I love, Keith is like more motivated than me to like think about getting me like a more permanent dedicated space. Oh, I dream of building a house with like a basement kitchen. I could turn into a filming studio with lights on the ceiling and camera mounts, like direct top down camera mounts. Oh, I dream. And like a dedicated desk, so when I stream, it's like not on the floor. I did consider I could probably put this, we have like a butcher block at the end of the island. I could probably put the laptop there and I wouldn't worry about spills and stuff, and I could have a chair. But the backdrop would be like our keys and like mail cubby, which doesn't seem very fun. And like at least here I'm like just like a blank wall. So those are the things that I consider. Oh goody. And I'm gonna need new gloves because I broke one of the other ones when I was putting it on. I reuse gloves a lot more since 2020 when the price of gloves went up a fair amount. But a lot of times, and they definitely like get looser the more I use them. But so if the inside gets sweaty, then I'll just like set them in a pan to dry and then use them another day. Ta-da! Well, this is fun. Actually, before I flip, some of that dye on the side, just grabbing it with the yarn mop. Okay, let's see. See how we're doing. I mean, it's pretty good. I think that there's a lot of coverage, but I may just want to do black there on this side. Because the colors, the black is the one that's going to absorb in the most shallow kind of way. So, I mean, maybe I'll also do one color Honestly, the one I'm tempted to do is a little bit more green. Oh no! Ugh. I think it's time for me to use my new respirator mask. I have a whole brand new one because like the old one gets stuck. Should I put this on the right orientation? It's not catching. Oh, frick. It's the neck strap. Okay, there we go. Oh no, I put that on the head. That actually might work fine. No, it won't. Sorry, everyone. But personal safety is very important to me. It's just really hard to get this back on. Okay. Please don't slip out. I feel like when I finally pull out my backup respirator mask and put it on, I'm going to be like, what was I waiting for? Why didn't I switch sooner? I've changed the filters a lot, but it's just one of the straps I have to help a little bit. Maybe I'm going to do a little bit of deep purple. Like up in there. Which, my deep purple is looking so, like, pink to me today. I mean, I can see it in there as a deeper purple. Okay, and here we come in with our black. As I go in like, kind of like heavy, all over a bit. Focusing again on the lighter patches. But yes, I definitely talk a lot less when I'm wearing the mask. Okay. I didn't add any liquid, but I think I'm going to set a timer for 5 minutes, and then I'm going to add some more liquid. I'm going to give it a little bit of time. And then we may need to add a few more black speckles, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. But a huge contrast from some of this other stuff we've done today. Like this guy. I can't tell how much you can see. I'm just checking in on it. It's looking really good. I might do, once I'm finished with color here, I think I'll swap the pans over, and then we might put the yarn mop in the immersion pan. I think that's what I'd like to do today. The colors will spread a little more, but it's sometimes fun to mix it up. Safety first, yep. You really wanted to see me struggle. Yeah, so it's, and of course, like I have it over there, but it's, the elastic has these little clips that are on it, and it sort of like grips the elastic, and the elastic kept pulling all the way out, and so that's frustrating. But thank you. It's so funny how, like, I mean, these rainbows we're doing now are so much more muted. So it's like we need to do this in combination of the neons. Like, you need to have like a little pop of fluorescent lemon within the golden poppy over it, you know? I think that would be like a really pretty kind of set. But that would require more, is it gonna rain? I don't want it to rain. I want to walk to pick up the kids today. That would be like, give us, I think, a lot of the photo. But yeah, it's fun. And I guess the goal of this and this dye-along and the goal of, why can't I? Oh, I need to select the camera. The goal of the dye-along, oh, it got brighter again. Well, fine. But I won't adjust anything. The goal of this dye-along and the goal of like the spring mini-skein mini-series this year was just to show that there are so many different ways you can create a rainbow set. You can create rainbow yarn. Like, you might think like, okay, but it's just like, you know, these 6 colors. And while, yes, it is, but also, like, you can just go so much, like, even if you have like a very specific palette that you want to do, there's still so much you can do with it. And so that's one of my goals. So if you're still here and you're still watching, please make sure that you're subscribed to the ChemKnits Tutorials YouTube channel. And if you want to participate in the dye-along, all you have to do is dye some yarn inspired by this image. And as I spoke earlier on, because we're due a rainbow colorway for Pride Month, I will absolutely accept submissions that are maybe colors that go with one of the other Pride flags. So not just a rainbow, whether you want to do like a trans Pride, someone talked about pan Pride. There's a lot, you know, share the yarn, and I will include as many of your submissions as I can in the recap that'll come out in mid-July, where I will share all of the finished dyed yarn that I dyed today, and then a lot of your projects as well. But while we're talking about June, there's also still time to dye for May. And so the project that I did last month, the recap is just waiting for submissions. Probably sometime next week or the week after is when I will pull pictures and post that recap. But because we're having house guests, the dye-along is earlier because when there are 8 people living in my house, it might be a little bit harder for me to stream. Not impossible, just harder. So, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to think. Nope, I need to go here. Okay, I'm supposed to add more water. Yeah, no words. Sorry about the timer going, guys. Oh no, oh no. that's not what I wanted. I needed to come back up here so we can add some more water. And sorry about that timer, everyone. And Crystal, I just ignore. As best I can. Okay, we're gonna add water. Because we don't want it to dry out. Because it's a little bit harder. You can see a lot of those specks have like struck. It's a little bit harder with the electric hot plate to reduce the heat quickly if needed. And I will set another timer for the next 5 minutes. I mean, 5 minutes would probably be fine for moving it around again, but 10 minutes usually is pretty good. Oh no, I did not need a 10-minute timer. I only needed a 5-minute timer. But 5 minutes was a good amount of time to add more water. You can't do any dye yarn until I get your new stove installed. Oh no! What I want to see. Trying to see something. No, what? Well, I learned something. That if I delete a person and myself, I don't see it anymore. But it's still like showing it up, which is annoying. But yes, when trolls come in, just report and ignore. Because if I react too much, then they will keep coming back. You can't dye in your kitchen. Sure, yeah. Oh no, the new, yeah. Oh my goodness. All right. What was I saying? Yeah. So, I could wait probably 5 minutes and flip, but I didn't want to add the water too early because then that would, if it struck on top of the black speckles before it had time to spread, then those colors might spread out a bit. But actually, I should go take some pictures. Now that I'm thinking about this, I should go take some pictures of the yarn outside to show. I think I took a picture of it before when I added speckles, and maybe I added that to my story. So I should take a picture of what it's looking like now. Share two stories. Okay, so I wonder if I can do this in a really goofy way. Okay, let's do this in a very, very goofy way. Okay, so this was, I think, before I put speckles on. Oh, that's the side of one of them. Okay, there at the very top, you could see the one that I put black speckles all over, and even then, you can't really see the
the black speckles on those deeper colors. You mostly see it on the yellow. Oh, that's what the pan looked like a bit ago. Okay, and here is the yarn that had the black speckles on it. So you see how on the yellow and a little bit on the orange, you can kind of see that like deepness. There's just like some little hints of it all the way through. And so, yeah. But anyway, while I'm here, we're doing a fundraiser for the Trevor Project today, and we've raised $470. We're super close to my $500 goal. But if you donate through YouTube, the money goes directly to the Trevor Project. YouTube will cover the transaction fees and payment processing fees that your credit cards charge. But I also have a link to the Trevor Project down in the video description, so you can go directly to their website and make a donation. It won't be counted on the live stream, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. Like, if you're making a donation, you're making a donation. It doesn't matter whether it's counted towards the total. So, but yeah, thank you so much for helping me raise so much. Was it when I was on there before? Was it playing other audio? That would be annoying. All right, I'm gonna stand up. Oh, I'm gonna charge the phone more too. The only thing I don't like about having a pop socket is I have to take the pop socket off to charge it on the wireless charger, which is the one we have down here. This is so fun. Okay. I mean, I am pretty satisfied. There's like one, let's see, once I squeeze the water out, it's like there's one area where maybe I would like some more color, like right there. I guess I have not checked like around the tie in the ends kind of spot, so maybe it's actually worth doing that. But again, I mean, there. I'll put my mask back on. We'll add a little bit of black, but then I'm going to take it over to the stove. So I'm actually going to turn this off right now because we're going to do a little switcheroo in a moment. And I realized I cannot see chat. Okay. Yay, the mask's going to pop off. So the kids actually have, it's basically extended day. It's like an after-school creative arts program. So today, Ryder has karate and Lucas has a like parkour almost kind of thing that his gym teacher runs. And then they do that on Wednesdays too. I love our school so much. Okay, that is pretty good. Okay, so what I'm going to do is put the cover on. We're going to heat it for 10 minutes, and then I'm going to add a lot of water. But bye-bye. Hopefully not moving it too much as I'm transferring it. Oh dear Lord. Okay. And then, I don't want any black on my gloves for this next part. So the hot plate is still hot even though it's off. But here is our heart yarn. Washing off my tongs, and I'm going to bring over
I use these aluminum pans until they get holes in them to hold hot yarn that needs washing. But I'm going to remove this yarn. And the good news, and hopefully the good news will follow for our other yarn that's outside with those colors. The water is actually a little bit cold, or cool maybe. But now we're going to take our yarn mop and we're going to slowly add it in. And the colors will stay to some extent where they started off, but there will be a little bit of spread and some softness from having this there. Got to set that timer. Okay. And that is how I do things when I don't want to make another pan dirty. Because let's be honest, a lot of decisions are made by not wanting to dirty another pan. Which means that I don't want to wash another pan, right? Okay. Okay, so I set a timer for 10 minutes so I can add more water over there. And before I come and check the chat, I'm going to put away the dye. I need to figure out if Keith is working at home tomorrow. Those won't fit in there. They will fit in here. I'm sad that there's not like a new Dharma poster. I have some colors that, excuse me, need little lids. I have no idea how to put those away. Because there's usually like they each have a spot, and so since I brought them all down, I'm not going to know what goes where. And then there's still one more. But I'm a little sad that I won't be able to do a second rainbow stream. And that's just because of timing. Okay, we're putting that down to low. And once again, I always do this after I'm speckling because occasionally there may be one rogue speck on the floor, but really, usually the place where I have cleanup is on the pan. But I'm just using some wet paper towels and I'm ice skating. Which also means I have to be careful to not slip. But yeah, you would expect, I guess I have a dog, but yeah, I don't see any color, which always makes me happy, except for brown, which makes me feel grossed out. man. But yeah, I guess like when you do something like this and the colors don't all immediately completely blend together, and again, some are spreading out. There might be some sort of like soaking in and spreading a little bit right there. But the fact that like they pretty much stay where they were just shows how quickly acid dyes can strike to yarn. I'm about to sit down. Okay, and so we got to most of the stuff. I did not end up, it's looking dark again, but by the time I go to fix it, it'll be good, I think. That's why I was a little late today, because all of a sudden, like, one of the cameras just went rogue. That looks so, I don't know. I'm not gonna mess with it now. I'm excited to see those skeins dry as well. Unrelated to this video, here's some undyed targhee wool you want to dye, but you only have food coloring and don't really have room in your kitchen to dye. Can you leave it through the outside method? Yeah, absolutely. I would just make sure to not, I would try to make sure it's in an opaque container so that way it isn't in direct sunlight. That's the best advice I can really give, because if you are dyeing, maybe am I just not in focus? I think I need to get my eyes checked. Oh no, not zoom. Focus. There, I'm out of focus. There we go. Some food coloring, especially like reds, can fade in direct sunlight. And so I recommend with food coloring, I mean, I suppose the same is technically true for some acid dyes, but especially when food coloring is wet, I've noticed that it'll fade. So I recommend when you're gonna leave the yarn outside for solar dyeing, use, try to use like an opaque container as much as possible. And that would really, really help. Yeah, like I've used food, I've got solar dyeing videos with food coloring here on the channel. Fewer dishes is always a great thing, yes. And lurking while you're working, woohoo! Woohoo! The heart one turned out really good. They're all like a little bit different, which is really, really fun, and also just why like I enjoy just the whole process. But it's funny because using these like deeper tones, they are beautiful. Do they match the photo? No. Is it different from what I've done recently? Yeah, and so therefore that's fun. And so in a lot of other months, I try to match the photo like as close as I can. Or I like to try to hit a specific color. But you know, sometimes it's fun to just be like, okay, I want to play with rainbows and this excites me and let's do it, right? And so it's okay to evoke a mood from a photo and not hit it exactly as well. Because I think one good example of this was the jack-o'-lantern one maybe last October that had orange with these pops of blue. I didn't get the right shade of blue, but whatever the combination I got was, I adored it. And so, because like a purpley blue from the smoke. And I don't think I would have done that combination if not for that photo. And so that's why I like doing these dye-alongs. And it's just a lot of fun. But I'll try to put the fundraiser from today also on the recap video. Although, the only thing I don't know is I don't know if I had it end at the end of June. So I don't know. But if you're watching the replay, you can still donate. So it's still open. And I mean, my original goal was $300. And so we increased that to $400.
I increased it to 500 at the beginning of the stream, and so you guys are awesome. So awesome. And no, I don't want to sign into Google Drive. Thanks for popping up, computer. Oh my gosh. And now I'm like a little blown out. But oh my gosh, I am having so much fun. So how many colorways did we do? We did, I mean, 3 slight variations on the roving, so they're not identical, but they're probably going to feel pretty close. So we did the roving. We did the, did we only do 3 different things? We did the roving, I guess, then we did the hearts, and then we did this, like, the speckly one and the yarn mop. Okay, so not as many. So the wool of the Andes worsted, we didn't end up getting to. But yeah, I was like, it depended on my mood. And like, if I went for more like hand painted following by steamed, then sometimes it's easier to do more things. I probably should just get 1 more of these steam pans because then I can do 3 of those at once. But a lot of times I feel just so limited because I can do either I have 2 kettles and 2 steam pans. And I'm afraid if I get too much more, I won't be able to store that very well. That's what I worry about. But anyway, do you guys have any more questions or anything before I sign off? But again, like and subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new video. And I am going to go fix that. And this is nice and steamy. Set another timer for 20 minutes. I'm going to add even more water. We had 8 tablespoons of vinegar in here plus the citric acid. So just adding some plain water is not going to cause any kind of issue. And actually now I probably won't cover it anymore because there is enough liquid. Oh, of course, finding a similar organization located in your own country is wonderful. In fact, like, I need to adjust the exposure again because the light went up. No, I think that finding an similar organization in Australia is a wonderful thing to do. I have no idea if the Trevor Project just serves the United States. Well, they are starting. Oh, okay. When I search for international, it seems like I did see something. They're trying to plan to see if they can expand internationally, is what it looked like when I Googled. But yeah, Caitlin, in general, the best thing to do is to report to YouTube, and then I do my best to ignore the trolls, although, like, I think me blocking them from the channel does not seem to block it from everyone. Yes, yeah, so I would block. And the more people report, the more, but they just go and make another new channel, because yeah, it's weird to me that when I say to that when I remove it, it doesn't, whatever. But believe me, they're probably watching. I don't know if they're watching, but yeah, I do my best to ignore. But yeah, so in the future, if you see, when you guys let me know that there's a troll and you see me not respond or acknowledge that verbally, it's because I am trying to make it as boring as possible to them. Yeah. It comes and goes in waves. Oh man. But yeah, there is but if it gets bad ever, one thing I could do is change chat to be subscribers only, which, it's free to subscribe, so that's not like the paid membership or anything. But that's one way that it cuts down on bots and stuff, because who knows if there's even a real person sometimes. When the stuff is so generic, yeah, but it's been a while, so. Fluffy clouds, woo! Oh my goodness. All right, let's end on a happier note. Oh my gosh. I am seeing too many emails. Okay. My email inbox would horrify you. Let's look for spoilers for what's going to come up on the channel this week, because that will make me happy. And you guys can let me know how big of spoilers you want. Ooh, okay, that's not in the shop. Ooh, we've got a sock blank tomorrow, and then a really awesome Leave No Die Behind on Friday. So those are really, really cool. And I can give one shop spoiler. Let's see. I think they're all fingering weight. Web browsing. Okay. So Friday's Leave No Die Behind features this game. Well, actually, big spoiler. But that's game, and then this game are both in Friday's video. But yeah, if you go and check out my shop, there are always lots of sneak peeks. Well, not always. Often there are sneak peeks of what's coming up on the channel. You're a spoiler, but I'll have to remind you. Oh my gosh. But anyway, I can put my headband back on for finishing up, and I think I'm not in focus again, so I want to fix that. I do like putting the autofocus on, or having the autofocus off. That is a nice, because then I'm not doing focus on me camera. But anyway, thank you so much for joining me for today's installation of the ChemKnits dye-along. If you would like to participate in the dye-along and have your yarn, fabric, you can do t-shirts. Someone once did a whole like bedspread. And you dye anything. If you want it to be featured in the recap, all you have to do is post it on Instagram using the ChemKnits dye along hashtag, which I'm going to make larger. There we go. You just need the ChemKnits dye along hashtag. It's also in the title of this video. Or you can share it on the ChemKnits Facebook page. Look for this photo right here and reply with a photo comment there. Please submit individual photos versus collages. It's easier for me to share, but you're welcome to submit multiple photos. I often will pull multiple photos from people to include because it's fun to see like different views of the yarn. And so, yeah, it's a great way to see like how like similar and different our colorways are. You're always welcome to try to do the same technique and colors that I was doing, or you can do your own thing. It's all just a lot of fun. Normally, the current dye-along photo for submissions will be, like normally this would be pinned on my Facebook page, but it'll be pinned once the May ones are done. So you can still also submit for May. But also, you know, I've mentioned a few times, but today I am fundraising for the Trevor Project, an organization that provides crisis intervention and suicide prevention in LGBTQ and questioning youth. It's an organization that I wholeheartedly support because I believe that as people are discovering themselves, every child deserves to have a safe place and be able to find a safe person to talk to. And so spreading both word, I don't think that many kids watch me, but spreading word about the organization so that way more people are aware of its existence, but then also supporting it so they can have trained counselors to chat, whether people are chatting with like in a text, I don't know if it's an app, or calling on the phone. There are people that can reach and get that 24-hour support. And so I think that that is very important. And thank you so much for donating as well. I really appreciate it. And you will get an email from YouTube if you made a donation. So if you need a receipt for taxes and stuff, you'll get that email directly from YouTube. So, yeah. But yeah, I'm so excited. This is the most money I think we've ever raised in one of these streams. And so, yeah, I'm very excited. But yeah, YouTube pays the transaction fees, and the money goes directly to the Trevor Project. And so I was hoping last year YouTube matched donations up to a certain amount, but they didn't seem to do that this year. So I set up my own little thing with my own goal, which is the first time I've ever, I think, done that myself versus joining another fundraiser that already existed. So now that I know how to do that, hopefully there will be more things we can do in the future as well. But yeah, whew, I'm really happy. I think that this was a really fun stream. I like the colorways a lot that I created. I only wish that I had a little bit more stamina so that way I dyed a little bit more. But I guess I've gone for over 4 hours. That's not so bad. But the thing I enjoy about streaming is it shows, a lot of you I know are dyeing as well, but it shows things real time versus edited. And in my videos, I keep a lot of the steps. I try to show as much of the whole process as possible. So that way it is a little bit like, if you're trying to recreate something, you can see like, okay, she flipped it like 6 times and added more color. So there's that reality there. So that way if you're like, why am I not getting good color coverage? You can relate. But in these, it's just the difference is that I'm sitting here chatting instead of like editing, or, I mean, who am I kidding? Sometimes I'm listening to a podcast during the breaks. Oh, that's what I'm doing. But yeah, it's just a lot of fun. And I'm having, I don't know, I just really, really enjoy getting to like interact with all of you in real time. It's a lot of fun. And it's fun also to let you guys decide the direction that projects are going to take. I enjoy, hopefully the polls aren't annoying or anything, but it's really fun to be like, well, I have all these possibilities. Choose my adventure. I do have some ideas where I would like to let chance choose my adventure some more. There was a time when I did a lot more food coloring based stuff. We would do mystery combinations that involved dice and like drawing things out of a hat, and we would have fun mystery combinations. And I have some ideas for things like that maybe later on in the summer, once we no longer have company and the kids have camp, maybe then I can do. But we'll see how like the regular filming schedule goes. I'm like trying to finish up. Got some like outstanding lab partner videos to film and stuff, and so I'm like, okay, I gotta finish filming these before I have to turn the kitchen into like before Hotel Brown is open. You enjoy the polls? Thanks. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot of fun because then I'm like, because a lot of times when I make a choice, people are sad and want me to make a different choice, and it's like, well, I'm following the chat. But I have some fun like choose your own adventures. You missed the dice streams, me too. I was like, I used to, because I've been doing 2 videos a week for a long time, and so I don't know. Well, okay, 2020. I was like, I don't know what happened that made things feel more hectic, but I've still been feeling like I'm playing catch up. So yeah, I don't know. But I have done a few more random streams recently, and so. Oh, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. I always was frustrated when there was like a tutorial and then it would like show just like a tiny section, but then not like the whole. So that's why I try to show the whole thing and then the dry yarn at the end as much as possible. So yeah, I mean, I designed, it's just Keith hasn't 3D printed it for me yet. I designed a custom die. Which actually I might be able to see. Our library also might print it for me. The makerspace in the library is currently closed, but you can like digitally submit projects and they'll 3D print them, which is pretty cool. But we also have a 3D printer. But anyway, I am gonna head out. So thank you so much for joining. Subscribe, all that jazz. Go check out the Trevor Project. And yeah, I hope that you guys are all safe, happy, full of yarn, and all kinds of good stuff. And I haven't done this in a while, but a virtual hug from me to all of you. Bye, everyone.